June 18th. Hold on, let me scroll and find them. Including Sir Paul McCartney. Today's his birthday.
Was he 83?
I do not have his age here, G-Man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let's see. Robert Ebert, R.I.P., film critic. He would have been 83. That's interesting to say that because he would have been 83. And that's all I have really for big birthdays. And there you go. That's what happened this day in history.
Thank you, Franny. Great job as always. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you guys want to get involved. Maybe want to talk about the Panthers, what it meant to you, the excitement. I know a lot of people who are super big fans had a lot of emotion last night and just was like overcome and can't believe that the Panthers went back to back. It was something that during the course of the year people were talked about a little but said, it's not going to happen. It's so difficult to do it. But they did it. So hats off to the Panthers who received their cup again, and it'll stay in South Florida again. Can they go three-peat? Can they do it 3 times in a row? Ooh, that'd be amazing. If they do it twice, maybe they could do it 3 times. But let us know maybe if you went to the game like Dominic or Jason, Franny's co-host on Gator 98.7. If you're not listening to Rover, you should always be listening to that show for whatever reason.
For whatever reason.
If you're not listening to Rover,
Franny's the reason.
That's a good selling point.
I meant if you're not listening to Rover. You guys take everything I say out of context.
It's just how you say it. For if you listen to that show for whatever reason.
If you're not listening to Rover, then listen to them.
No, it was your tone, the way you said it.
Exactly.
My tone?
Yes, and your tone is always against that station. And you're like, I don't care about that station. All I care is not mine. So, yes, I am on that station, but I'm on the station too. So
I'm not going to respond.
Let's. You don't have to.
Okay, good.
You don't have to. So there's a lot of people who work 50 plus hours a week. We know a lot of people out there. And sometimes I do. Sometimes I tend to. I've been fortunate enough not to have to, which is great these past few months. But I'll be back at it once again, coming probably end of summer, fall. But if you do
those
work,
hospital bills.
Yeah. If you do work this many hours a week, guess what? It's literally breaking your brain.
Oh.
Yes, a study found that working 50 plus hours and the people who don't take those mental health days, guess what? You should. This is another reason to do it. The study found working too many hours is literally changing the structure of your brain. Researchers scanned the brains of 110 healthcare workers and split them into 2 categories, overworked and not overworked. By overworked, the definition, 52 hours a week or more.
It's a lot.
They found that working that much can cause significant changes in the brain, in parts of the brain associated with executive function and emotional regulation. They said it can mess up your decision-making skills, cause you to be emotional, or fly off the handle a lot. Yeah, I get it. They said it also affects memory and attention span. I mean, imagine you're working that much, you're stressed, you're probably exhausted, so that there alone can mess up your decision-making skills because when you're that tired or overworked, you're not thinking straight. Nope. Yes, you can get emotional, especially in that field too, but they're saying this is just workers in general, but they did healthcare workers because you're drained and you probably see a lot that does stress you out or makes you emotional. And when you fly off the handle, yeah, it's because you're tense, you're stressed. All those, I think, to me, are stress related.
Yeah, and the phone is one of the biggest problems. Most people don't shut off their job. Like years ago, you would leave at 5 o'clock and you were done. People are on their phones. I know so many of my friends have 2 phones, personal phone and work phone, and you get emails and you get calls, and companies are saying they're trying to step away from that. But, most people, if there's an email comes in, you're going to respond, and then that could be aggravating. And that's really, that time is work, and that adds to your regular day. So experts say you got to try to disconnect from what you're doing. But yeah, I could see it at 50 hours a week where you're going to definitely be infected, which is not good because then that goes into your personal life, which is not good either. And then the people in your life, you know what, they have to deal with that, which isn't good. Guy comes home mad or a woman from work, you're not in the best mood. You don't have to worry about that. You're always happy when you're here. So you don't have to worry about that. 877-927-6969. Is 50 hours a week too much to work? Give us a call on that. Let us know. Obviously, the Panthers are out there. How you feel about the Panthers? Are you going to try to go to the parade on Sunday? Are you going to try to go Sunday if it is?
Possibly. I could see myself making my way down there.
Yeah. And then your friends down there, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be going to their day club pool party on Saturday.
Oh, God. Your God. You'll be smash. Dare? Are you kidding me? I dare you not to get in that car. Don't drive anywhere.
Oh,
the
yeah.
parade's
You
the next
dare me not
day.
to go in the Hard Rock Fountain. That's more like it.
Oh, don't go in the fountain.
I'm
please.
kidding, I'm kidding.
Don't do that.
In the Panther shirt.
Oh, I'm
Go
sure
Panthers.
somebody will do it. I'm sure somebody will do it. There's so much stuff that goes on at casinos that we don't know about because, again, they don't deem it to be good press. Funny stuff, crazy stuff, and some bad stuff, too. But it's just, it's just when people get that. I think when they obviously built that, they never thought, because I wouldn't have thought it either. Like, people are we're talking about the Hard Rock Casino, Qatar. There's a middle pond, not even a pond, a little water thing. And I would never think somebody would jump in there. But people do on a regular basis. Because one of my buddies is down there on the weekend. He goes, every weekend somebody's in there.
And there's plenty of pools. Not like there's not a pool there,
I think it's the alcohol.
Yeah.
And it's guys and girls.
Yep.
It's alcohol. It's I dare you to, and you can't turn it down. It's a little bit of everything.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
Trying to get
it's like, hey, let's do this. Yeah, for TikTok or whatever, Instagram. It's a combination of stuff.
Yeah, so try to stay out of that.
It is. So, okay, looking at the elbow room, inside bar view, patio, street view, all kinds. The place is absolutely packed. You would think that the parade was today. I actually do know people. A lot of people took the day off. I know somebody who went to work. My girlfriend's husband, huge fan, went to work. And then she was telling him, just tell your boss, he'll understand, because they're not going to be able to make it to the parade on Sunday because they're going out of town. And he knows how big of a fan he is. And his boss was like, yeah, because this is a once in a lifetime. His boss was like, take the day off. So he picked up his son and they're driving down to the elbow room right now.
All right, on that note.
Bro, you could go. Put it on autopilot. We're fine. I thought there was a chance today that you might bag it. I really did. It's one of the second things that popped in my mind this morning because it's probably 9 sheets to the win. And he's going to be like, oh, my God. But you came in. You rallied. Do it tomorrow.
That's the plan, maybe.
Yeah, tomorrow's. If you need a parking spot, call me. Maybe I could help you out with that because then that'll give you a little less aggravation.
Do you think it's going to be the same? I don't think it's going to be the same because I don't think these guys slept. I mean, there's pictures and videos of the guys rolling in at 6 a.m. By the guys, I mean Florida Panthers. Oh, yeah. They're rolling in at 6 in the morning. And that, to me, that makes it go, they haven't slept. They've been partying They've been partying all night, all day. People are already getting beers and drinks, and they have the cup. They're drinking already out of the cup.
It's crazy.
Yeah, so they're having their own little mini parade right now.
Dom, who's on the horn?
We have Chris on the phone.
Chris, what's happening?
What's going on, Greek man? Penthouse, how y'all doing?
We're doing good, buddy. How about you?
I'm turned up still, Greek.
Well, you're jacked up?
Absolutely. Let's go Panthers.
Yeah.
Back to back. I know you keep mentioning it. And just in case people didn't know, Dom ain't on camera.
No, when I was saying to think about the camera, I was telling them to put the camera on the studio so people would see Franny. That's what I was talking about.
You don't want them to see your face?
Well, you're more important than me. We know that.
Wait, you don't believe that.
What's up, Chris?
Oh, nothing. Just a little turned up. I was going to call and give Dom hell, but I'm not. I'm glad he got home safe last night. I'm glad he had a great time. I know I was turned up, too, so... You know what? Everyone rocks today, Dom. You don't suck, but don't you tell Greek he forgets anything. Let's just get that out of the way, okay?
Chris, were you there? I know you were going, or was it over the? When did you go to a game? Was it last night?
No, that was game 4.
Oh, it was game 4. Okay, I knew you went to one. I just can't remember. Short-term memory here.
My son and I, we were going to go tailgate last night.
Yeah.
We didn't know if it'd be worth it or not, but we ended up just staying at the house. Me and my oldest, and watching the game, the banya, some food on the grill. Does life get any better?
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah, sounds nice.
You guys should have went to Monroe's. How old's your son?
27.
Oh, okay. So then he can go. I think you're going to tell me 7 or something like that. I'm like, maybe that's not a good idea.
It's the first time you went probably around that age.
What, Monroe's? Yeah. No, I did not go to strip clubs when I was a minor. That's taking a shot at my family and my Greek heritage and the Italian half. So apologize, or I'm going to HR. So, Chris, what else is up?
Oh my God. Greek going to HR, I think they would shut the door in your face.
That's the truth.
Right.
I've had run-ins with them. I have, and you know
Not
what?
I don't know if
Not
anybody's
you.
surprised.
Yeah.
I've had some run-ins with them. Yeah, they're not.
They know your name.
Yeah, they know who I am. I mean,
Well, we used to have HR in-house. We used to have in-house HR years ago, and now we don't. So there's a lot more we can get away with.
Well, I don't think we get away with anything, to be honest. I mean, I don't think so. No, I'm not a big fan of HR, to be honest with you. I think that's a big con job in all companies, not just iHeart. So, because they tell management everything. They say they don't, but they do. I mean, everybody's got their experiences with HR. This is just my experience. I've never deemed them to be very helpful to me. But that's just me.
I wonder why.
Wonder why what? What do you don't know the situations? What are you talking for there, Skippy?
I can just imagine some of your situations.
I'm a great employee. Thank you. Hire me.
Greek, only you. I swear to God, only you, man.
I mean, the kid comes in today. I thought he'd be, he's in a good mood. He's going to lose steam by about 1 o'clock, 1:30. I could just see it in his face. He's just like, he's rubbing the eyes.
I got home, I think, around
4?
No, I think it was 3 a.m. I was pulling in. And there were people outside actually celebrating in my neighborhood.
Really?
At 3 a.m. And they were like, we're staying up all night. We're so jacked. I'm like, I just got back from the game. They were all like coming up to my car and high-fiving me.
Really?
Yeah.
What? 3 in the morning in your neighborhood?
In my neighborhood outside, a whole bunch of guys were just drinking.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And you think they went to work today?
No shot.
So, Chris, we should give him merits for coming in today, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that's Dom. Look, I know I give him hell, and I know they say he sucks. Dom, you're a great employee, brother. You show up every day. We do get annoyed by your voice, but you do your job well. Just keep up the good work. But I tell you, just watch it with Greek now, okay?
Yeah, he's a little on thin ice. I got to be honest with you. But, I like him. So I'm real. Most people are not. I let my personal feelings switch my decision making. Like if I like somebody, I can't be, like real Greek. I got to be like half on the gas. So I like Dom, so I let him get away with a lot.
Greek, nobody believes that, brother.
I love you. I do like him. Believe me. He texts me. He'll tell you every time. I go right back to him.
Caruso over?
Caruso over? And they're not great texts. They're like everybody else, though. Nobody says, like, hi, how do you feel? Just, who do we like tonight? What do you got? But it's fine. That's what
wait, Fran, let me tell you about this text he sent me yesterday. He sent me at, 2 p.m. He sent me a video. Oh, hey, can you post this video for me? And then, sure enough, it's him in Edmonton Oiler colors. And he's telling us to bet on the Oilers in the video. I go, no,
You didn't
sir.
post it, did you? Okay, good.
I said, no, sir. This is bad juju.
Yeah.
There's no way I'm posting this.
We're the home of the Florida Panthers.
Sorry, I'm not sorry, I said to him.
Yeah.
That's a smart decision. Went to management here.
It is smart.
Okay.
It is smart. Home of the Florida Panthers.
That's not a big deal. I said I want the Panthers
As
to win.
you're wearing Edmonton colors, shame.
I said last night I liked Edmonton.
No. I have the video. All right.
I gave it to you.
Yeah.
You should have posted it and did your
Nope.
goddamn job.
Nope.
But you make decisions.
Wow, he just GD'd you on the air. I don't know if we're allowed to do that. HR.
Do your goddamn job.
Somebody texted us that Greek probably has his own file cabinet for HR.
File cabinet. Shelf. Get it? It's bad when you go anywhere and they know you. When they know you.
Sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
Hard drive. No, he doesn't have a file cabinet. He's got a hard drive.
Yeah, this point, right?
I think I've had 1 or 2 cases over 24 years, to be honest with you. Maybe a 1 in front of
We
one.
love you.
That's all right. Chris, I believe you're there. 3 in the morning, I get a flat. You'll help me. Dom would be like, who? I can't do it. And Franny would definitely text me back. But Dom, not so much. He wouldn't. But it's all right. He'd be at Dare. It's a Hard Rock. Having a good time. Chasing a skirt, which that's what I expect him to do. That's what my value goes up from. When there's anything to do with chasing skirts, I'm like, or gambling, go ahead, do it. I got your back. Chris, we're going to have to run. He's giving me the cut sign, so I got to go.
Chris is like, I barely got to talk, so it's cool.
Man, see you later.
Bye.
Who else you got there, Pumpernickel?
We have Spanish on the phone.
Spanish, how are you today, my friend?
Good day, everybody.
What's
Good
going
day,
on?
Spanish.
Always good, always good. You guys are talking about working long hours during the week.
Yes, sir.
When I was a roughneck, the regular weeks in the beginning used to be 12-hour days, 5 days straight, Monday through Friday. And then we started doing 21/7, so we would work 21 days straight, 12-hour days, and then take 7 days off.
Well, that's a lot.
Yep.
Would you
But
still rather
we're
be working
starting
those
up to know
hours
that.
like that, or do you like the hours? Well, I don't know what hours you work now, but I mean, were you okay with that? Was that a good quality of life,
No,
working 21 and then getting 7 off?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I came out of there, my bank account looked so nice. It's not even funny. But if you have the face to do it for that long, it's worth it. And the aftermath is even better.
It's awesome. Well, again, if you can do a schedule like that, some people are not capable of doing that, but you can handle it, and it worked out good for you, so we're happy.
Yeah. It's and when we were doing the 21s, when you go back after your 7 days, we will work the opposite shift. So
Oh, okay.
3 weeks day shift, 1 week off, 3 weeks night shift, 7 to 7.
Yeah, it's a lot of hours, but you did it, and you were happy with it. So, like I said, if it works for you, it's all good, brother.
Yes, sir. But that's all I got, man. I hope Jules is doing good, and you guys stay out, brother.
Thank you, Spanish. We appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. It is the Penthouse on a day where the Stanley Cup champs back-to-back, Florida Panthers. They're enjoying themselves, celebrating. We'll be back in a few minutes with our first batch of Florida stories and so much more. Peace.
Our Florida Panthers have done it. They've achieved a repeat to become Stanley Cup champions for 2 years in a row. Cheers to the team, cheers to the coaches, cheers to the fans. From all of us at Real Radio, congratulations to our Florida Panthers, our 2025 Stanley Cup repeat champions.
Injured? Hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Got some debris here on our roadway. That's going to be 95 northbound before Forest Hill Boulevard, currently blocking your right lane. Stay to the left of that. Heavy delays along the approach there. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's and Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. Any sports you want to watch, Monroe's is the place. UFC, like I said, the knockouts are there. And Fantasy Fridays at Monroe's Palm Beach. Dreams that take center stage every Friday night. It's Fantasy Fridays. It's Monroe's and Palm Beach. That's where the beautiful ladies are. Make sure that's on your agenda tonight. Monroe's and Palm Beach makes a good night a great night. Peace.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call the Atlantic Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. The good news is, Tobacco-Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. When you call Tobacco-Free Florida's phone quit service, you'll receive one-on-one sessions with a coach who can help you on your quit journey. You may also qualify for free nicotine replacement therapy like patches, gum, or lozenges. Whatever your reason to quit is, Tobacco-Free Florida can help you get started. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
Big news for drivers. Presets have landed on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with iHeartRadio. Access your favorite stations, podcasts, and playlists instantly right from your dashboard. Try the free iHeartRadio app on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto and take those presets for a spin.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. We're continuing to see partly cloudy to mostly sunny skies as we go through our Wednesday morning. Temperatures heading up into the 80s out there for everybody. Highs are back near 90 today. It's going to feel close to 100 when you factor in that humidity. We'll stay mostly sunny as we go through the day as well, with a few inland downpours or isolated thunderstorms lingering late in the day. We'll see more rain again tomorrow.
This report is sponsored by Payday. Hardworking people need a hardworking candy bar. Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is definitely working hard for you. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
I gave it to you. You should have posted and did your goddamn job.
You're listening to The Penthouse Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
See, the thing is this. I'm going to address this for the last time because you're really getting under my nerves today, okay? If you weren't going to post it, then don't bring it up. I mean, I don't understand your generation. What are you doing? God. No wonder thank God I got a pedicure and manicure yesterday. My God, relax a little. God, the pressure you put me on. Now I'm taking away your parking spot for the elbow room.
I'm walking.
No, I just texted my buddy who lives down there, and I said to him, can my Dominic, he listens to the show, can you help him out if he needs a part? He said, anything for that kid. I love him.
Aww.
And he said it's so hard for you to work with me. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday where the Panthers are champs back to back. Take a bow. Wow. I just the end of that call that you played the audio. I was surprised the announcer didn't say something about Real Radio a little bit. I'm not happy about that, but we'll see. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
What's going on?
And it's our first batch of Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida. I'm from Florida.
WTF.
what the Florida?
Well, a lot of people here have mango trees.
Yeah.
They do, a lot. My neighbors have a ton, and thank goodness it cut them back because they used to fall into our pool and our yard, and their mangoes aren't good. Because if they were good, I'd be like, sweet, free mangoes, but the tree's so old, they're not good anymore.
Oh, wow.
But this is the one where my husband was going to get somebody to cut the tree for him, and he was like, please, because it's hanging over a fence. And the guy was like, well, how much were you going to pay? He's like, $400. He was like, I'll do it for $400.
Did he give it to him?
It's a guy's house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Awesome. I'm like, I was like, why? Why would you pay him to cut his own tree? Because that's how he said. He was like, listen, he was like, I know it's a pain in the ass. It's tall, it's big. So if not, I'll hire somebody professionally to do it. I've already called around. And so when he told him how much he was going to do it, the owner of the house and the tree was like, I'll do it for $400.
It's nice.
Is it? To cut his own tree?
I'm just saying.
That should be done because it was over in our yard.
Let me ask you now, how do you tell between a good and a bad mango? It's like a person.
Taste?
Taste, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we tried them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it was. They were not good.
Oh, well.
Yeah,
I didn't know. So you actually have to try it to tell if it's a sort. It is a little like dating. There it is. Same scenario. You gotta actually go on a date.
Taste, yep. Seeing if a mango's good or not is just like dating. You're right. So there was a spat over that and an argument. And the reason why over mangoes ended with a Florida man pulling a gun on another man and saying, I'm going to shoot you, according to police. Rodrigo Mendizalvo, I don't know, I'm probably messing up his name, 29, has been accused of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon on a person 65 or older after getting into a fight with another man who was picking mangoes off of a tree. The elderly man was driving by a Miami home on this past Monday when he saw a mango tree outside. So he decided to go to the home and ask to pick some fruit. According to authorities, police said a woman greeted him and was like, yeah, of course, go ahead and take some mangoes, which was nice. He asked, he didn't just do it. Then the woman became impatient, and then with the guy picking the mangoes, she's like, yeah. And then she was like, hurry up.
I'm not going to wait all day.
So she called Manswell to find out, well, what was taking the man so long? This Rodrigo dude. So they said that the man explained he had permission to pick the fruit when the Rodrigo guy, because the girl called the guy who pulled out the gun, was like, some old guy's here. I told him, yeah, but he's taking forever. So he was like there. So the old dude was like, she gave me permission to pick the fruit. And the woman did confirm that she allowed him to take 2 or 3 mangoes. Don't take that, Betty.
Wow, she's stingy.
As the man walked to his car to leave, this Rodrigo dude followed him and pulled out a gun.
That's terrible.
He racked the slide and told the man, I'm going to shoot you. Police said Rodrigo allowed them to review his ring camera footage, which showed him grabbing a gun from his pocket. So they did see that. The cops did. The man continued to approach his car when Rodrigo followed him. He opened the man's passenger door and pointed the gun at him before he asked to be allowed to drive off. The ring footage shows all of this. It shows him racking the slide of the gun near the man's car. And the guy's allowing him to watch his Ring doorbell camera showing all of the signs of guilt, video of it.
I can't believe
So he was arrested on the assault charge, an improper, they said, exhibition of a firearm charge. Next up in your what the Florida, cops are like, listen, not just everybody is like, just don't feed, don't pet. Gators aren't your friend, even though I know some people do actually have them as pets. This is a thing, I do understand. But there was a Florida woman who was spotted just petting a gator like it's her own, like it's her buddy. And that's why they have to be like, listen, you can't do this. And that's exactly what happened. A viral clip, Tampa apartment complex shows unidentified woman calmly stroking a gator, lounging beside a pond.
Stroking the gator?
She's stroking the gator. While another resident films it in disbelief. So viewers online have blasted the stunt as dangerous, of course, for both the woman and the animal, noting that gators like this can lose their fear of people because they're like, oh, this is nice. I like being pet.
Who doesn't?
And then, but they're still wild animals. And that happens, right? So that's the issue with being dangerous for the animal because they won't have fear for people. And if they do and they do attack, then they'll be euthanized because they're a threat. So former Everglades guides chimed in calling the behavior illegal harassment under Florida wildlife rules. So Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation has not said if it's going to investigate, but social media commenters are urging officials to track the woman down and issue her at least a citation. Experts do remind the public that even a 3-foot gator has a powerful bite packed with harmful bacteria, and feeding or touching one can carry fines up to $500 plus jail time. So don't go petting gators. And then next,
you would think that'd be common sense. You really would.
Yeah, you would think.
I tell you that with dogs. Like, you got to be careful. You don't know, and all of a sudden a dog can react, and next thing you know, you got a problem.
You got a problem. The next up, we had a Florida man, Samuel Lee Thomas, has called 911 about 16,000 times over the past 5 years, with about 3,400 of them coming since January alone. The reason? Because he's complaining about the family across the street. Last week, he reported an AR-15 shooting at their barbecue, but officers found kids playing and no gunfire. And neighbors said the event never happened. They're like, I don't know what, no AR-15, we're having a barbecue. There's kids out here. What's this guy talking about? Detectives believe Thomas is using emergency calls to stalk and harass his neighbor, Anquinette Peterson, and her relatives. They also say he often parks outside of their home just to yell insults at them. So he has been charged with misdemeanor stalking, filing false police report, and resisting arrest when they went to go get him. He did post bond, pleaded not guilty, and says his calls were about nuisances, not harassment. But they're like, dude, you call 16,000 times one person.
That's amazing.
This is harassment at this point, especially when the cops show up and there's nothing going on that he's claiming is.
That's so tough. Anytime you have any kind of conflict with neighbors, it's not good.
Yeah.
Because again, you see the people every day. You're looking at every time you drive past the house.
And I know your home is your home, but if I had a neighbor like that's calling the cops and the cops are coming and they're just like, I'm sorry, once again, I just have to because of him. I know I might move because if this guy's not, I don't want to deal with this crap.
Sure. Or maybe try to go talk to him and just say, hey, can we work something out? I don't know what the hell the problem is. It's annoying.
And that is your What the Florida.
Great job. Francis, as always, we do it twice a show, 105 and 1105. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Or you could also text us. Do you think 50 hours a week is too much to work? And the Panthers, were you there? Are you jacked up? Are you going to try to go to the parade and get down there and maybe see the Domster? As will be down there, DJ Pencil. I don't think you'll make the parade now Sunday since you're going to Dare on Saturday.
Oh, no, I'm going to Dare during the day, though.
I don't care if you're going in the morning. I don't think you're going to go back to back. It's going to be too much because you're going to be there all day. It's going to be hot and then drive back home and then go back down there.
He's done it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to say
He did Ultra where he went home and partied and went home and then came back.
All right, maybe you'll do it. Just be careful. It's a lot of driving.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want you driving and doing any drinking. If you need a car service, please call. I just got my buddy just said he'll try.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't want you driving. I worry about it.
That's what offer you a lot.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't get anything.
Well, you won't go south. You
got all these connections. Dinner, ride.
Yeah, I'm willing to go south of Boca, and then there's all these opportunities come then.
Yeah, we know. I mean, you don't go south. Franny, you need anything, you just call me. I'm your little bitch. It don't happen. You want to go to dinner New York Prime? You're there. No problem. So, speaking of neighbors, a couple days ago.
Matt's texting her, let's go to New York Prime this weekend.
Of course she has to be alone. If you didn't see that coming, come on. Stevie Wonder saw that. So a couple days ago, I thought about this. There's a gentleman who lives about two doors down from me. I never talk to him. He never talks to me. So I was outside of my car getting something out of my car, and he was just like, hey, you got a minute? And I was like, yeah. He goes, I just want to introduce myself. He goes, I don't want to be friends with you. He goes, I just want to know who you are. He goes, and you know who I am. So if you ever see somebody maybe, by my house or maybe this is me or this and that, we went back. Mm-hmm. And I was like, hi, how are you? Whatever. And I don't talk to my
She's like, yes, I don't have to be your friend.
I'm like, thank God. I got another person asking for favors. But he did comment on some people that maybe stop by my house once in a while. So he said,
females.
He goes, newly divorced, so if your friends have any other friends, he goes, keep me in mind. And I was like, all right, that's not bad. I said, if you got time, they got time if you got money, bro. And I just walked away. And I think was like, what? I said, love don't come for free, my man. So I think it was a little bit much for him because I think he walked away like, wow, what the hell's going on here? I said, but, and that line's been used on me many times with a couple girls. I got the time if you got the cash. That was a little bit of an interaction. Franny, you got some interactions that maybe.
I do, but 47142 started off with Real Radio. It says, I worked 7 days a week, 12 hours, 7/12, as I said. In the Middle East, we called it Groundhog's Day because it's very easier to do than you think. And I guess that means because just every day feels the same. That maybe you're just on autopilot once you do it. Let's see. 95% of people at work think I'm funny. The other 5% is HR.
That's funny.
And then Paul Lynn texts. That's weird. It says, hey, agree. Paul Lynn here. He was like, are you on my team? Since I'm on Caitlin Clark's team, I guess.
Paul, I'm not on your team, but I like the question. Thank you very much. And I'm surprised he didn't call in because his call-ins are just, and his phone reception's so good for having. I wonder what plan he's on because it's perfect every time he calls in, which is great.
Yeah, so G-Man, we interact all day long, whether it's with your coworkers, people you do, but these are interactions that actually do make you sick of other people. And I'm sure you're like, I got a bunch of them. 47142.
Tom's got a bunch.
47142 started off with Real Radio. You can always participate on that text line, but the top 10 daily interactions that can make you sick of people, because it's right. Do you ever go halfway through the day and realize you suddenly hate everyone? I have legit said that to myself, and not here, not on this radio station. And no, not because it's obviously I don't hate everyone, but when you have a tough day at the bar or you just have that one, as Johnny C would call,
ass clown
or ass hat or whatever, you got that one, it can just ruin your whole perception of everybody just because they just ruin your day. And there will be, and I'm not the only person who's worked the service industry, and that one person or two people, and you're like, I'm in the wrong industry, I hate people. Like you just say that.
One of the things, and I always wanted to ask you that, and you just brought it up, it's got to be so difficult because this girl talks about it to me when there's a certain somebody who's a pain in the ass that you don't, interact well with, and they come back in. And she goes, I almost wanted to quit this one place. Yeah. She goes, it was like 3 times a week. She goes, I only work 4 nights. She was like, I make very good money. She goes, but he would get on me so bad. She goes, and basically what you're talking about, she goes, and I was just like, should I quit this job?
Because of one person?
Yeah, and then she said, 3 weeks or a month later, he ended up moving to Fort Lauderdale, so she was excited.
But yeah, everyday interactions that make you feel like, okay, that's enough for today. Everyone sucks. So a new poll looks at the top things that make people, that drain your social battery, basically. And so here are the top things, little things that can push us over the edge.
I got one right off the bat.
Go ahead. What's yours?
At 95, 5 p.m. That just sets me over sometimes.
Yeah.
I just be like, all right, I hate everyone. Get out of my way. I want to go home. Get away from you.
I mean, that's not uncommon. People in traffic really in the morning or even they handle it bad.
After 8 hours of work or whatever.
If you ever watch people like in cars, because I do, because I'm in traffic every day, I'll see people like banging on their dash like this and yelling and it's
giving the finger.
Oh yeah. And it's like you can't go anywhere.
Getting way more aggressive driving then.
Yeah.
And these are things that really do drive you crazy, but a lot of these are one-on-one interactions with people. So the first one, they just said, any sort of networking event, automatically hate them, don't like people. They said when someone wants to show you something on their phone. You don't like that either?
Could be a pain in the ass.
Interactions that make you sick of people.
Because they should know I don't care. So, I mean, that's what it should come down to. Like, I don't care, dude. It's your phone. Keep it.
Little things might make you go, God, I hate people. When coworkers overshare or get too personal about something.
Yeah, I hate that with Dominic.
Group video calls, especially if it's a work call. Things that people don't like, they make you sick of people. Office gossip. Unsolicited advice.
Yeah, Dom.
Talking to a stranger, like maybe you get caught in a conversation with someone you don't know and don't care to know, but they're a talker. That's when you're just like, oh God, what did I get myself into?
Too much.
That happened to me 2 weekends ago, maybe last, I can't remember. And I was sitting next to this lady at Lenore's, a restaurant, and she just right away sparked up a conversation. And in the beginning, I was like, oh, because I was with my girlfriend. And so my back's facing my girlfriend. I'm feeling rude. I'm like, oh my God, I'm sorry. And I'm texting. I was like, oh, of course, because the lady was just on and on and on and on. And to find out, it was kind of an eye rolling, like, not interested. But then she became very interesting. And then getting to know her, I felt really bad because she didn't have anybody else around. So then I got my girlfriend involved in the conversation.
Maybe she
but
was
I get
lonely.
it in the beginning because she was just she just took over our time together.
Yeah.
And I was just like, ugh.
That happens. People just start asking you questions, and you don't want to be rude.
But she wasn't. She was talking about herself.
Oh.
And that's what, but then after a while, then I was just like, I got kind of empathetic and sympathetic for her because I found she was a little bit of older lady, and then I found out she didn't have any family here, friends. So then I felt like a jerk for even thinking that way.
Well, she was probably just like I said.
And we
she's
ended up
probably alone.
exchanging phone numbers.
Did you really?
It turned out
And she's going to Puerto Rico.
It turned out me rolling my eyes to me like, you know what? Here's my phone number. So yeah, talking to strangers but they're a talker. Dealing with customer service on the phone. Top 10 little things that push us over the edge. Too much awkward small talk. Number 2. And then number 1, of course, being interrupted or talked over is the number 1 thing out of the top 10 little things that push us over the edge. What do you got? 47142. Started off with Real Radio. With this poll, because there's a bunch of things that they asked, it wasn't just the interactions that make us annoyed. They found out that 11:54 a.m., so we got 23 minutes, y'all, is when we're going to be the most drained.
Really? Wow, that's early.
11:54.
We don't even make noon.
I make it past that. Woo.
is when the average person feels the most drained during the day.
So that's already commuting to work, dealing with some problems in work, different things like that, and just trying to get your day going.
They say it's like a mini day slump. That's the average American fade away that time right before lunch. So they're like, well, how do people dread that midday? How do they deal with that dreaded midday slump? Coffee, quick caffeine fix, turning up music, or sneaking in a nap.
Sneaking in a nap at work. Gummies. You never know. Maybe that's big. People take a couple gummies. This girl was telling me the other night, she took a half of a gummy. She was telling me a story. She goes, Greg, have you ever taken one? I said, no. She goes, I took a half of one. I was so paranoid. She was I said, maybe it was just in your mind. Because I was thinking like a half, could that really do it?
It does. How many milligrams is a gummy?
Yeah, I didn't even
They're
ask her.
different doses.
I wasn't asking her all those questions. I knew her. She was hot, so I just.
And if she doesn't take edibles or THC gummies or anything like that, then yeah, of course you can.
All right, I'll tell her. Let me write
Well,
this
if you're
down.
not, yeah.
Write it down because she's
Not
hot. I'll
used
talk
to
to her
it.
again. I'm like, I've consulted with a couple experts on YouTube, and I've come up with this conclusion.
Well, my thing is, unless you know what it is or you just don't care, don't take gummies or any kind of drugs from people you don't know, because they are saying that a lot of people are finding out, I know, but a lot of people are finding out that people losing their mind because it may not be THC. It could be, there's mushroom gummies out there. There's what am I trying to think? Synthetic stuff out there that can make you nutso. So unless you know what it is or who the person is very well that's giving it to you, because some people are even claiming that these people are acting a fool on airplanes and airlines because they're taking stuff to calm them down, but not really knowing what they're taking.
Yeah, well,
like stuff like that, like the gummies. And some of the people said they've even found out after the fact that they were taking mushrooms and they didn't know that they were, and so they freak out, lose their mind,
Tripping.
Yeah, they start tripping,
Hallucinating.
And even with THC, you take too many, you don't know what's going on with you. You probably can start freaking out, and then you cause a huge disturbance on the plane. So they're saying that's a lot of people get so anxious about flying.
Yep.
That they take something, don't realize what they're taking, or maybe take too much of it, and then they go nuts.
I think you got to really not have all the.
But Dom will take all your drugs if you didn't see him.
Oh yeah, we saw that. I didn't want to say that.
He was like,
he's like, yeah, bring him to me.
Yeah, bring him on.
Yeah, I'll take whatever you want. I mean, he's like a guy on Okeechobee with a sign.
Puff, puff, pass.
You don't care. I'll take anything.
Right now, let's go.
I told you you're going to lose steam, by the way. I don't think you should take an aspirin from somebody you don't know. If it's not a friend or somebody, and I've seen it a lot of times, and I am surprised about that. Even with what we're speaking about, somebody didn't know the person, and he just handed him one, and I was like, "Do you know what you even took?" He's like, "Yeah, I seen him around. I've seen him here a couple times." I'm like, "And you're taking one?" Like I just.
But did it come out of an aspirin bottle or?
Was it out of his pocket?
It was out of his pocket.
Just a random pill. Pocket pills.
It was out of his pocket, and he just gave it to him. And I was like, I don't want to take an aspirin from you if I don't know what the hell. Like if it's Franny and I ask her, you have an Advil? Yes, but I'm not going to go up to a stranger. You would think that, and then like she said, maybe some people are freaking out because you don't know what you're taking, and everybody reacts different. By the way, I mean that's another thing, and you got to be careful. And when you're going on a plane too, and most people have a lot of anxiety and nerves. I don't know if that's the best thing. I think the first thing for a common person who doesn't know anything about it, they're thinking this is going to calm me down, relax me. And it might do the total opposite.
And that's probably what the person tells them. Like, hey, take this, because it may make that person chill out who gave it to them. Maybe they have no ill will. They're not trying to make you freak out. But if you've never done something before and you don't know the effects, sometimes it does make people go a little loco.
Yeah. Dom,
take enough that you fall asleep then.
Yeah.
That's your words
give
of advice?
Give them some indica or Xanax.
It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday. I hope you guys are having a good day. We appreciate you always tuning in. Dom's with us now, but he's losing steam quick. So keep that in mind. But we're going to come back with a trifecta and your chance to win tickets to The Who at 11:45. Who? That's right, The Who. We'll be back. Peace.
Our Florida Panthers have done it. They've achieved a repeat to become Stanley Cup champions for 2 years in a row. Cheers to the team, cheers to the coaches, cheers to the fans. From all of us at Real Radio, congratulations to our Florida Panthers, our 2025 Stanley Cup repeat champions.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival,
presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there
for a weekend full of superstar performances, never before seen collaborations, and once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Get your tickets today at AXS.com. And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
To learn more about our past huge results and how we can help.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
So far, so good along your expressways. 95 and the Turnpike currently accident-free. Got some road repair 441 northbound at Boynton Beach Boulevard blocking your right lane. And construction on Boynton Beach Boulevard westbound before Hagen Ranch Road. The right lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage is a whole new floor inside your Macy's store. And right now, you'll find the latest summer styles all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find. So don't wait. Find a location at Macy'sBackstage.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-414-7272. That's 800-414-7272. 800-414-7272.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
This is Jeff for Atlantic Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for erectile dysfunction. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Michael.
My name is Michael. I started treatment at Atlantic Men's Clinic about 2 years ago. I just turned 75, and stress, my age, of course, I was miserable sexually. I'm still a man. I still have feelings and needs. Thankfully, I saw the Atlantic Men's commercial on TV, and I said, I got to check into that. I started treatment. I really enjoyed the progress, and I wish I had known about this 10 years earlier. I mean, it's so helpful, so insightful. I can't say enough about the excellent treatment. People here are friendly. I love this clinic, and that's the God's honest truth.
Thanks, Michael. It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having great sex again potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach.
By now, you've probably seen DrinkingPost.com on the Equus Television Network. As an equine and livestock enthusiast, you know how important fresh, clean water is for animal health. Yet, keeping your animals hydrated can be daunting. Cold, icy water in the winter and slimy, hot tanks in the summer. What if you could provide your animals with fresh, clean, 50-degree water on demand year-round? No concrete or electricity required. The Drinking Post frost-free automatic waterer operates and installs just like a traditional yard hydrant and provides your livestock with fresh, clean water at the perfect temperature year-round. Drinking Post fills and drains with each use. No more dealing with hazardous heaters, hauling water, freezing hoses, scrubbing algae, breaking ice. Once the Drinking Post is installed, that's it. You have no more watering chores. Go to drinkingpost.com now to find your local dealer and discover your new favorite watering solution. drinkingpost.com.
Hurry into DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets with flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. Try them today in Honey Barbecue or New Buffalo, only at DQ. Happy tastes good, only at participating Dairy Queen locations.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Brought to you by Novartis, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. The Indiana Fever beat the Connecticut Sun 88-71 Tuesday night. The win, plus an Atlanta loss, secured the Fever spot in the Commissioner's Cup final. Fever Sun was a physical one. Late in the fourth, a hard foul from the Fever's Sophie Cunningham on the Sun's J.C. Sheldon led to a shoving match. The Sun's Lindsay Allen jumped in too, and all 3 were ejected. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcast. We recognize the importance of dreaming big and achieving more. iHeart Women's Sports Network is brought to you by Novartis, makers of Kisqali Ribocyclib, supporting all women who strive for more in sports and in life.
Greeks Trifecta is sponsored by Precision Garage Door of South Florida. Precision Door, a name you can trust.
OpenAI is a financial abomination, a thing that should not be, an aberration, a symbol of rot at the heart of Silicon Valley. And I'm going to tell you why on my show Better Offline, the rudest show in the tech industry, where we're breaking down why OpenAI, along with other AI companies, are dead set on lying to your boss that they can take your job. I'm also going to be talking with the greatest minds in the industry about all the other ways the rich and powerful are ruining the computer. Listen to Better Offline on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Better Offline and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Ranking you and cranking you, but yeah.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, it is The Penthouse on a Wednesday. Thanks for always tuning in through Real Radio 921-1017. Home of the Florida Panthers, the back-to-back champs. That's right. It is the home of the Florida Panthers. Champs 2 years in a row. Maybe last night you were out and about and didn't pay attention, didn't know what's going on to the biggest story in South Florida. And it is that the Panthers are the champs. Franny is in the house.
What's going on?
And I think right now we do have a special guest coming on to Real Radio to talk to us about a great opportunity for you guys. Bob, good afternoon.
Hey, Greek and Franny, nice to be there with you guys. Hope you're having a great day.
We're having a fantastic day because our Florida Panthers brought home, well, I don't want to say brought home because it was on home ice, the Stanley Cup. And we have you on the phone. It's not our first time having you, so we appreciate you calling in.
Well, listen, I know we celebrated with you about a year ago when they won it. And back-to-back, I was thinking about when I was calling you, and I'll be talking about this special opportunity for Panther fans in just a moment. But, you know, this is a rare thing. In the 21st century, only two other teams have ever won in the National Hockey League back-to-back championships. The Pittsburgh Penguins did it in 2016 and 17, and most recently it was the Tampa Bay Lightning. They did it in 20 and 21. So doing it last year and then repeating it again this year, these things just don't happen in sports, whether it be the National Hockey League or the NBA, and you know it's very rare when a team goes back to back. And watching that game last night, the 5-1 win against Edmonton. Sam Reinhart had himself a week.
Yeah, he did.
4 goals and unbelievable. So what we have for Panther fans, and you probably want to get this information, jot it down because it's very limited. We did this last year, and we're repeating it again this year. But the beauty of it is the back-to-back championship. It's a Florida Panthers 5-inch replica Stanley Cup trophy. Looks just like the real thing. I was fortunate enough when I covered the NHL for many years with the Philadelphia Flyers and going back before that with the Washington Capitals. I had an opportunity in a couple times to actually hold the real thing in my hands, and it's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
But this is 8 inches. It's a replica Stanley Cup trophy. Looks just like the real one. We've also, when you get this, you'll get a full-size championship puck. It's a limited edition, and what you'll have on the puck, it'll have the full team roster for the Panthers on there listed on one side of the hockey puck, and then we go back, and all the scores of the road to the cup are listed there in chronological order. Now, only 2,025 of these sets will ever be made. They're $119.95 each. It's exclusive to Nyko Sports. These will not be sold anywhere else, and a part of the proceeds are going to go ahead and help the Florida Panthers Foundation. So here's how you can go ahead and call today or go online to order these. But I do urge people, do it soon because only 2,025 of these sets will ever be produced. Again, they're $119.95 each. You can call to order at 800-345-2868. Again, that's 800-345-2868. Or go right to the website. We've got it right up on the website. It is gorgeous. We'll take a look at it. NycoSports.com, NIKCOSports.com. That's NIKCOSports.com. Or Greek and Franny, you can go right to, give them a call, 800-345-2868. And this makes a great gift idea for that Panthers fan. And again, with a limited edition of only 2,025 of these, I will guarantee you these things will sell out very, very quickly.
Bob, again, it's a great opportunity for any Florida Panther fan. Like you said, it's rare. Teams go back-to-back. This is great for an office, a man cave, someplace where, you know what, you can look at it every day when you walk in and go, man, Panthers back-to-back, and I'm part of it. So I think this is a great thing. We've been doing business with you for years. You always have the coolest stuff for sports fans. So, all right, guys, get on this. Like you said, limited edition, only 2,025. You can call them at 1-800-345-2868. Now, you're going to do it again next year if they go 3 in a row?
Hey, putting the pressure on me, but I'll tell you what, the way they played this series, the fact that, you jump out to early leads, you put all the pressure on the other teams.
Yeah.
I saw when they went up last night, they were up 2-0 and then 3-0, and it was curtains. I wouldn't want to be in Edmonton today because the Panthers did it to them last year, and to spank them again this year.
Yeah.
You got to be having a bad day up in Edmonton. I've been up to that city before, and just to be in Edmonton is having a bad day.
Wow. So if you guys are thinking about going to Edmonton this summer, gee, Bob just told you don't do it.
Don't do it. So Bob, I'm looking right now too because I am interested in purchasing one of these. It's really cool if you want to do an upgrade. There's a mirrored acrylic display case with a puck holder, and the way that they put it together is absolutely beautiful, as G-Man said, for your office, man cave, whatever, your she shed, whatever you want to put it in. That's an upgrade too, and I would definitely take a look at it because this thing is really sharp. And we were fortunate enough a handful of years ago to have the actual Stanley Cup here
in the building.
We did.
It was cool.
Wow. Yeah. So we've been fortunate enough. But if you can and you want this replica, absolutely call 1-800-345-2868.
Yeah, it looks just the same. Like you guys can probably attest to this. If you had it in the building before, you had a chance to lift it up and look at it close.
Oh, they didn't let us touch it.
I still, I was in Major League Baseball for many years with the Chicago Cubs. I was their PR director. My son's the assistant general manager now with the Tampa Bay Rays, and so I've been around baseball and I've seen World Series trophies and everything else. There's nothing that beats it in sports. The Stanley Cup trophy is the most prestigious trophy of anything. NFL, NBA, you name it. This is the one.
Well, again, I think it's a great opportunity for all you guys. If you're a Panther fan and you could just come home every day and relive it, because this is something that doesn't happen a lot in history. And I think when you're a fan, you think, oh, God, next year again. No, there's no guarantees. This is something that you could always enjoy. And again, Bob, we appreciate it. The number is 1-800-345-2868. We always love partnering up with you, and hopefully we could do more in the future.
Hey, Greek and Franny, it's always been a pleasure working with you guys in the past. I wish you all the best of good health. Have a great summer coming up. And go Panthers.
Go Panthers.
Go Panthers.
Thanks so much. Again, during the rest of the show, we will mention this again. We'll give you guys the number and the website to check it out. But this is great. Even maybe you got somebody's birthday coming up who's a Panther fan. Or like if I like Dom, maybe I would get it for him because I think it'd be something nice for him because, he can remember it. And he used to come into work after Panther games and be worth like nothing.
Yeah. And remember, it's limited. Only 2,025 of these. So get on it. There's a lot more than 2,025 Panthers fans out there.
Yeah, there's a lot. So make sure it happens. Dom, would you like this for Christmas? A little stocking stuffer for you?
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Okay. I think I have one from last year in my office. I'll give it to you. Let's do a Greek trifecta.
All righty, here we go.
Riders up. It's Greek Trifecta.
All right, if you like the Miami Dolphins and you think they got a shot to win the Super Bowl, they are 80-1 as of yesterday. They are definitely considered long shots. Their over-under is 7.5. If you think the Dolphins have what it takes, maybe take a shot and bet on them. I do not personally, but at 80-1, you just don't know. But those are the odds right now for the Miami Dolphins to win the Super Bowl. Madison Avenue said Caitlin Clark is one of the biggest star right now, athlete to be marketable for money, for endorsements, for all stuff, products. It's Caitlin Clark right now this time of year. Even more recognizable than some guys in the NBA. Some guys who are in the NBA Finals, they put Caitlin Clark above them, which is pretty impressive. So she's having a good year. She was injured, but she is back. Yankees and Mets right now not playing well. They're losing. So when they lose, you got to bet against them, and that's what we highly recommend you do until they get off the snide. The Marlins did win last night. They beat the Phillies, so hats off to the Marlins. And the Panthers won the Stanley Cup last night. Maybe you just woke up and you're like, what happened? Yeah, Panthers are champs back-to-back. Amazing. 3 times in a row they've been at the Stanley Cup. And you heard it all season long on Real Radio 921-1017. Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Pilar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza. Dom, who do we have on hold?
We have Steve on the phone.
Steve, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, Steve. What's up, buddy?
I was just curious. I'm sure you're well aware of this or maybe thought about it, but you think there'll be new types of sports coming out in the near future, or like a combo meal? Because like WWE is now UFC, the XFL, The Rock bought that from Vince McMahon or whoever, and now going to compete against the NFL, et cetera, et cetera.
I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, G-Man, because I know he knows more about sports, but I know a lot of people have tried and have been unsuccessful because we have so many massive sports out there. As you mentioned, the NFL, like the AFL, the XFL, all that hasn't worked. And they're not new sports. They're just trying to create other leagues, and they're not working. They have come out with a bunch of new sports. I mean, we see
the slap,
Power slap.
Power slap is a thing. They don't even have pillow fighting championships. All these crazy things that I just don't know if it's ever going to be a success because we're so consumed with the major sports that we have now.
Yeah, and the only way you can compete is like Live is. You have to have just bundles and bundles of cash, and it doesn't matter. And to Live, it doesn't. That's why they went out and they got all these golfers, and it really doesn't matter. Obviously, they want to make money eventually, but that's the only way, Steve, that you can compete with everybody having, buns of cash that, for the first 3 or 5 years for it to take off the ground. Just like UFC years ago, it lost a ton of money in the beginning. But you know what? Dana White hung in there, and then eventually it made it.
Well, I mean, because if you look at football, it wasn't around back in, we'll go with the Roman Empire, for example. They had, wrestling and other sports that, are still around today. So I don't know about everything changing totally, but just like you said, maybe some new stuff, like the power slap. I don't know. Or competition.
You never know, like I said, but any new group needs money behind it because in the beginning, it doesn't bring in revenue or TV ratings or advertising dollars and fans. And without those three things, it's very hard for a league to stay going because how's it going to support itself? And then these guys only have such deep pockets. Then after a while, they say we can't do it. And that's what happens with a lot of these new football leagues. They start off okay, but they don't make it because they don't have the stars or they don't have people involved.
I really going to go back, though, real quick to the international thing. I think they should do that just for fun, maybe now and then, if it's not serious all the time. I'd love to see different countries do our football. That'd be great.
I mean, the NFL is always on the table with growing their market and their brand. That's why they play all over the country, all over the world. So it's not impossible. They're talking about having a Super Bowl outside the United States. I don't think that'd be great, but they're thinking about doing it.
Oh, I'd go to that. That'd be fun to have something that's American somewhere else like that big. That'd be pretty exciting, I think. I don't know. No?
That's what the commissioner wants. He's talked about it, and he said he'd like to have a Super Bowl outside the United States. So we'll see. Who knows? Steve, we got to give a contest.
Before I go.
Excuse me?
I wanted to let you know an update on the pomp thingy. It's looking like halfway built now. They got a lot of buildings going up. I don't know if you've been by the area. It looks like it's going to be that either shops or like hotel stuff.
Steve, where, hon? So just in case we don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, the Pomp in Pompano Beach.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
With the shopping area.
Yep. Okay.
It looks like they're going to probably done in maybe, I'd say about 2 years because it takes time to build stuff, but probably about 2 years. It looks like most of the stuff will be done. I don't really know because it's hard to tell what is what until it's, close to finished, but they've done a lot on the road that goes by there, power line and everything. So, I don't know. I'll keep you posted.
All right.
By yourself.
Thank you, bro. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
Later.
Thank you. If you want a Who tickets right now, give us a call at 877-927-6969, 877-927-6969. Call us up right now. Your opportunity to win Who tickets. Dominic will get you on the phone, and then we'll have the Greek Casino where it's roulette, and you'll have an opportunity to go see the Who. So call us right now.
Who?
The Who, yeah, and this is their final tour. This is it. The farewell.
It is.
Sayonara.
Goodbye.
Unless they're Kiss.
I was going to say, is it their final?
Unless they're Kiss, they come back for more. So yes, if you do want to go see the Who, and yeah, that Pomp, the vision for the future. That's why it's been a couple years. Steve brought it up. If you don't remember. This is development, Pompano area, 223 acres, massive project that they're doing, and it's going to be anchored by a live, which I love. If you've never been to a live before, they normally have them around arenas and stadiums. It's a great place to watch sports and dine, but it's a whole dining and entertainment district. They're going to have sports and social. They're going to have a PBR cowboy bar, luxury hotels, retail and dining, residential living, office space, and what they're talking about is Harrah's Pompano Beach. They're a rebranded casino. They said that they're going to be adding over there.
Dom, who do we have?
We have Karen up first.
Hello, Karen. How are you?
Hey, Greek. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Are you familiar with the
Panthers?
Go Panthers!
Go Panthers! Are you familiar with the roulette game?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so what would be your selection?
Low numbers.
So 1 to 18 you want?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it's spinning as we speak.
Let's try it.
1 to 18 for you to go see The Who. I'm assuming you're a fan, are you?
I sure am. That would be awesome.
All right, let's see what happens. Maybe it works out for you. Ooh. What'd you say, the low numbers?
Yes, it is.
Looks like you're going to go see The Who. Woo!
Great.
13 black. Go Panthers. Please stay on the phone.
Yeah.
Dominic will get all your information. Talk very slow to him because he's 3 sheets to the wind today because he went to the game.
Congratulations, Karen. Yeah, that's going to be August 16th at the Amerant Bank Arena. So you get to celebrate where the Florida Panthers won.
That's right. I was just going to say.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Hey, Franny, it's great to hear you back, by the way.
Thanks, Karen. Good to be back. And I'm happy you won. Have a great time.
Thank you.
People win every day, so when we have giveaways, pay attention, get involved, and play the Greek Casino, and maybe you'll walk out as a winner. You always feel good when you're successful. She just got 2 tickets to The Who. We're giving away tickets to The Who all week long. You can call us at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. 50 hours, is that too many hours to work in a week? What do you think? Let us know about that. Maybe you went to the Panther game, or maybe you just celebrated. Dom said he had people in his neighborhood 3 o'clock in the morning, came up to his car, and they're like, boo, get out of here. No, we love you. Let us know if you were celebrating all hours, because fans will celebrate all the time.
Oh, yeah. So talking about 52 hours, or it was 50 hours, excuse me, but the study they did was people over 52 hours and then under to see if it broke their brain. Because they said working, that was a study. Your brain breaks if you work too much. But another in-office study that I found with the younger generation, and I'm like, what are they thinking? So some employers are trying to pimp out their workspaces to sweeten the deal for workers coming back into office. But apparently one thing that Gen Z would request is some actual pimping space. And just kidding, kind of. So almost 50%, 47% of Gen Zers said they're having more sex while working remotely. Well, duh.
You're home.
But this is due to more flexible schedules. Technically, they didn't say they were getting any action while on the clock. But when it comes to things they like to see added to the office, they said that they would like, because they're working remotely and they have to come back, they said that they would like to have private spaces for hookups and solo play during workday.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so they could take a break alone or with a coworker. So they even want alone time. No, I talked about this with Jason on the Gator because I'm thinking, you know that room is designated for something. So anytime somebody walks in that room, you're going, they're either rubbing one out or they're having sex with a coworker.
Yeah, or it's like,
I don't want no.
No, it's like you see somebody in the kitchen, they're cooking.
Exactly.
Somebody opens the refrigerator, they're getting fruit out.
But that's what they want. They want these private spaces added. Yep. Overall, Gen Z worry that returning to the office would negatively impact their sex lives and disrupt their work-life balance.
Oh, sorry.
I know.
Oh, my God. Let's do it. They'll probably do it, too. They'll kiss their ass. Go ahead, do it. One of the biggest
problems. We're giving you guys a sex room at work.
One of the biggest problems corporations have that they spend millions of dollars on it is situations like this.
Mm-hmm.
Sleeping with coworkers, problems after the fact, people getting angry with each other. So now we're just going to let it happen, and we're going to be like, okay, we can't, you may be working home, and I don't want to come back to work. And now, because you did that, now what we're going to do is we're going to give you a room where you can get banged. That's awesome. Why don't we throw in a casino, a pool?
Hey, might as well.
Anything else? You never know. If you don't ask, you don't get it. Dom, what do you think of that? Would you like to work at a place where they had a room where you can have sex with either a coworker or your girlfriend?
Or yourself.
Or yourself.
I said, it could be for alone time, too.
All 3 things.
What if it's just a nap time?
I mean, I guess you could use that room for nap time, but I think if you enter this room, they're thinking you're doing it with yourself if you go solo.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're doing. All
right, now let's go on the couch and go to sleep right here.
Gen Z wants a break room so they can get it on because they feel like they're going to be missing out on all that extra loving that they've been getting when they've been working remotely.
Yeah, so they're working, they're not working in the office, they're home. So another one where they don't even realize
they shouldn't be getting all that loving during work hours.
Yeah, no kidding. Again. I love when people say, I get just as much work done home as I do. No, you don't.
Yeah, right.
No, you don't. Tell your boss that.
Well, they probably do because they probably don't get that much work done at the office.
Wait, I have a friend now that she has one remote job, and now she got another full-time remote job, and she does both at the same time and logs both hours at the same time and gets both pays.
I know somebody does that in sales, and he works at home. That's a con artist. I mean, you're
But
screwing.
is it if the company doesn't look and they don't research? I mean, you know what? Good for you. Good for you for having 2 jobs at the same time, making 2 salaries. If it's an issue, as long as they're performing, right? And I've heard a lot of people just kind of coast and set AI to work one of those jobs.
It's crazy.
And then they do the other one.
I mean, again, but this is all the opportunities that are enable them that they can do because they're working at home.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do 2 jobs if you were in an office.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not hating. I'm not. We have to be here, not remote. But if it works for you and you get to work 2 or 3 jobs and make money and you're productive, then hey, keep it going.
I say that's BS.
Why?
And I hate on them. You guys are being dishonest, taking 2. Don't double dip, Dom. You know that. You got that speech.
If you could make
What
more
are you
money,
talking about?
I feel like you could. I feel like you would do it if you could make more money working 2 jobs at the same time.
I'm very loyal to iHeart. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, right. He'd be like, serious? You want to pay me how much?
Yeah,
okay.
when it comes to money, you would leave in a second.
You're so wrong.
I am not wrong. If somebody came up to me and like, Greek, we're going to give you a $500,000 contract or $1 million, and it wasn't with iHeart, you'd be like, all right, peace out, iHeart.
But that's not the same thing. I'm saying when you're working 2 jobs and you're lying.
I know, but you're loyal to this place. I get it, but I'm saying
I'm as loyal to them as they are to me. Like anything else. 2 different scenarios. I know somebody who works 2 jobs.
Yeah, but loyalty. If you could get something done and them not and them not question your loyalty to the company, but you're doubling your salary, you still wouldn't do it, and you don't have to really do that much more than you're doing now.
I would feel bad. I'm just telling you.
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you. You're asking me a serious question. I wouldn't work at 2 places and lie to them. I just wouldn't. That's just me. I mean, I don't say if you're doing it, go with it. I think it's wrong. I tell my buddy that all the time. I go, I don't know how you take the 2 paychecks. You're going to get caught one day. And when you get caught...
But will his company care if he's actually, like I said, if he's actually producing?
Well, everybody always cares when there's something that you don't tell them in any situation. I had an opportunity...
I know in our company, our business, there's certain industries we can't get into, like media, right? I mean, for a while, there's certain things. And we have to take tests all the time about things we can and cannot do, code of ethics, all the things. And a lot of time it is.
Yeah, G.
And a lot of time it has to do with working other jobs, which they know I do, but mine, it's not conflicting with what we do. It's after hours. It's after the fact. I'm not doing the job during my hours here.
Yeah, I just had an opportunity about a month ago with a situation with something for football season with other radio stations. They were like, no, you can't do it. So, I mean, it's one of those things.
Okay.
I mean, it happens. So also, we're on a different kind of contract, non-compete, all that stuff goes in there. But would I do a job, like if I worked on the radio and somebody was simulcanceling this show, say, in California, we were getting paid for it? No, I think it's wrong. I just do. I know it's shocks you have morals, but I do when it comes to that.
Brandon, what were you saying about code of ethics?
I gave it to you. You should have posted it and did your goddamn job.
Nope.
What does that have to do with it? Like, what is the reference to
Well,
that?
I don't know if it has to do with you having no ethics or because Dom did your code of ethics testing. I don't know which one he's talking about.
So you're both wrong because Dom didn't do my test. I did it 2 days ago.
Or maybe he was saying you don't have any ethics because you GD'd on the radio. I don't know.
Yeah, that one more too.
Yeah, whatever. Take your shots at me all you want. Oh, my God. Good thing I like myself a little.
Just a little bit, right?
Just a little. I'm not breaking up with me anytime soon. I said that last night. It is the Penthouse.
What did you say back to yourself?
I said, I'm not breaking up with me anytime soon.
You're like, oh, thank God.
Thank God. Oh, God. That'd be such a heartbreak. It is the Penthouse. The Panthers are champs. Go out and celebrate. Go to the Elbow Room. Go to Fort Lauderdale.
Is it still happening? I'm not on the cam anymore. Are you on the cam still? I'm sure it's still
I'm sure it's
nuts.
going on. If you see Don, he said if you're a Panther fan, I'll give you a lap dance. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Our Florida Panthers have done it. They've achieved the repeat to become Stanley Cup champions for 2 years in a row. Cheers to the team, cheers to the coaches, cheers to the fans. From all of us at Real Radio, congratulations to our Florida Panthers, our 2025 Stanley Cup repeat champions.
Mo Better Garage. We make it Mo Better.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Checking out a crash on 95 that'll be southbound at Palmetto Park Road, currently blocking 2 right lanes. Stay to the left of that. Also got a broken down vehicle on 95 southbound at Boynton Beach Boulevard. The center lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk Podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode with a musician from the great indie band AJR, Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Franny, and GimmeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar. This is the place to sell your car for big bucks. And if they can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll give you $100. GimmeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are two ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-690-8974. 800-690-8974.
How many goals will Miami have tonight? Who will lead the league in scoring today? Bet the answer to questions like this on Hard Rock Bet and win big bonus bets. It's the new Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. $250K or more on the line every day. $1 to play, built for even bigger paydays. Download the Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook app today. Plus, new players bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMITTED.
Your water may not be safe. Forever chemicals that stay in the body for years have been found in drinking water. Call Morgan & Morgan at 1-800-555-6666 or visit forthepeople.com/PFAS. Offices Orlando and throughout Florida.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a few more showers and a few isolated storms through the rest of your Wednesday. Afternoon high temperatures will get into the 90s and upper 80s, but expect overnight a very slow cool down thanks to those showers lingering and then rebuilding past midnight tonight.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Wherever the drive takes you, we're here to help keep you on the road to summer fun. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
Go to VIOC.com for money-saving coupons and to find a location near you.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Go Panthers.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
I mean, you're going to use a rah-rah. Use Franny's. Mine sounds like I'm on NyQuil and I had like 8 G's on the Yankees last night.
Rah-rah.
Yeah, that's real. Mine's so bad, man. Come on. Game got to recognize game. Yeah, dump that. In fact, you know what? Don't even pay me for those anymore.
Oh, okay.
It is the Greek. It is Real Radio 921 1017. Florida Panthers go back-to-back. And you heard it here all season long. Dominic was in the house last night. Was nice enough to come to work today.
Ooh.
Even though he had the jinx on him. He was worried. But now we just know it's your girl who's the jinx. Did you tell her that last night?
She's like, oh, I don't know if we're ever going to game together again, because if we go together, then we lose.
She says, that's great. Saves me money. Francis is here.
What's going on?
And now it's time for some fun facts, and then we'll get into summertime activities.
It's fun facts. Okay, June 18th, all day long. If you like yourself some sushi, it's International Sushi Day. Clean your aquarium day. If you're like, you know what, man, I've been wanting to clean my aquarium. Hey, today's the day to do it.
It's a pain in the ass.
Clean your aquarium day. It's International Panic Day. Try not to panic, though. It's International Picnic Day.
Oh, that'd be nice.
It would be nice. National Cherry Tart Day, if you like yourself a cherry tart. Splurge Day. National Wanna Get Away Day.
Oh, that's good. You are.
Wanna Get Away. And yes, let's get into another holiday it is. It is National Fishing Day, which we know is a favorite pastime for a bunch of people, especially here in Florida. So I have some unique facts you may or may not know about fishing. We always hear that, and then, because I've been out fishing plenty of times, and you see that they hit the dolphin, the mahi, they're the bulls, the dude, or whatever fish it is. They hit him in the head with a bat.
Really?
Put him in it. Yeah, you've never seen it? It's violent. Just to knock him out.
Oh, that's terrible.
And then they put him in with the cooler with everything else. Yeah. I don't like watching it, but it happens.
I sound like loan sharks.
Happens. They beat them up. Happens. And you ask, especially with the hook, they're like, oh my God, don't they? And they're like, fish don't feel pain. Are you a fish?
How do you know that?
Do you know? And then, so according to this, some studies show, yeah, fish can feel pain. But the thing is that they forget about it within seconds. They have very short-term memory loss, and that includes when they feel pain.
Wow.
And then they forget that they initially felt that pain. And by the time with those fish I was talking about, they're probably already long gone. Ice fishing is older than you think. Native people in North America were ice fishing over 2,000 years ago, long before modern gear existed. This is interesting. There's fish that can actually walk. I'm sure you may have seen videos of this. The mud skipper can use its fins to walk on land, breathe through its skin, and climb trees. What?
That's impressive.
That's
More
nuts.
than people can do.
The oldest fish ever caught was ancient. A Greenland shark was estimated to be over 390 years old. That was caught. Born before the U.S. even existed. Competitive fishing, billion-dollar sports. Bass fishing tournaments in general. We know we have a bunch of different deep sea what are they? The King Dolphin Wahoo. Yeah, KDW. Have prize pools in the millions. Some professionals make six figures just in sponsorships alone. Let's see. Fish use tools. So we're not the only ones using tools. But some fish, like, I don't know if I'm saying this right. Rhasis. Use rocks to crack open shells. Tool use in the ocean. Yeah, that's pretty advanced stuff when it comes to fish. And the word angler comes from a hook. Some people call people a fish an angler. Anglers come from Old English word angle, meaning hook. So anglers are literally hookers.
Ooh, you got G's attention now.
Hello?
Did I get you over that? Yeah. So are you going to go fishing now?
Oh, yeah.
If
like she said, I got
if
the
somebody
time,
said some hookers are going to be on the boat, and then you go and it's just a bunch of dude fishermen.
What's going on here? Franny lied.
I brought my cash.
I want my money back.
The largest rod caught fish ever, great white shark, estimated to be 2,664 pounds, was caught off the coast of Australia in 1959. That's a big bitch. Took over.
Wow, it's a big bitch.
It is. Fly fishing dates back to ancient Rome. Oh, look at that cool. One of the little replicas from Nico, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Wow, that's 8 inches tall. That's big.
Yeah, because he said 5. That's bigger than 5.
Yeah,
I thought he said
this is the one from last year, though. So
I thought he said 5 inches.
It looks pretty similar to the one in the picture, though.
That's last year's?
Yep.
That's big.
Well, maybe it is 8, because I know last year I was like, what are you talking about? It's a replica of the Stanley Cup. We just had Bob Ibach call us from Nico Sports. And they have a limited edition of these little Stanley Cups and a puck, which is really cool. Only 2,025 of them. And Dom has one. Maybe we'll get them on Real TV. Hold on one second. There we go. Get on G's cam.
It's cool. Fran, you should bring it to Puerto Rico and try to sell it.
There you go.
I bet there's some Panther fans. You can sell it in the airport.
Good.
Say, if you want it, $2,000.
$119.95 each. And a portion of the set sold gets donated to the Florida Panthers Foundation. Check out NicoSports.com, NIKCOsports.com, or you can call 800-345-2868 if you want to grab yourself one of those, because they are limited edition. G-Man is showing it now on Real TV. That's last year's, but this year's looks very, very similar.
This is heavy, too.
Yeah, and it comes with a full-size champion puck, limited edition, and featuring the Road to the Cup scores as well as the full team roster. But yeah, it's made of resin. That's why.
Very nice.
Can't smoke it.
Wow.
God, how bad are you on this? Jeez, I can't bring anything up. But
I just heard it go,
wow.
She doesn't even know what to talk about.
But all right, we'll leave you there for fun facts. And yes, make sure you're always watching Real TV, because you could check out some things like that. What Dom brings in, and I know he's not on camera, but he brought it over so G-Man could show it off.
It's very cool. Thank you very much. Again, this is a great thing for anybody who's a fan.
Let me see how heavy it is.
Gee, you were putting it up to your mouth like you were taking a drink out of it. There were people that bought because they were selling replicas at the stadium last night.
Were they?
And there were people like towards the end of the third period, there were people taking drinks out of it. They were just like drinking it out of their own replica.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, this is definitely just a shot. You're not gonna get unless you do a bunch of these. But no, this thing's really cool, and this was last year's. Yeah, but very, very cool.
Very nice.
Yep.
Great opportunity for anybody who's a sports fan of the Florida Panthers. Like I said, maybe their office, your house, or even man cave, whatever you guys have. All right, so I'm going to give you guys a list of some summer things that you can do. I got 8 of them, and I want you to say maybe the top 2 or 3 that you really like. And these are things that you do in the summertime that you would be like, ooh, yeah, that's something I like. Okay. And if you guys have anything that you want to add, I came up with 8. So barbecuing, something you do in the summertime.
Do you, G?
Excuse me?
Do you?
When somebody cooks for me, yeah.
Oh, okay. But do you barbecue during the summertime?
Do I personally? Mm-hmm. I don't barbecue anytime.
Okay.
So
answers the question.
All right. These questions are for you and Franny, not me.
Oh, okay.
You're on thin ice today, buddy. You're going to go in the penalty box.
Ooh, please do.
A beach, going to the beach.
All right. Yeah. You know, we talk about it all the time on the show. We so forget that we are minutes away from the beach. And I don't want to say we. I do. It has been, I can't tell you the last time I went to the beach. I'm going to go to the beach in Puerto Rico.
Before you go to the beach here.
Before I go to the beach here. Because my mom lives, but I live 5 minutes from the beach and I forget about it. I can't really get sun because of my scar and I have a new tattoo, but I'm going to be out there anyways. So that's one reason. But even before then, I was like, why don't I go to the beach every time I do? I love it. Just forget about it.
Going to the pool.
Yeah, another thing. I have a pool I hardly use.
These are things in the summer. Fireworks.
Yeah.
4th of July.
Uh-huh.
Concerts.
Love concerts.
It seems like there's a lot more concerts in the summer. Baseball games. Amusement parks. And the last thing is boating. So out of those 8, give me your top 3 that you're like, yeah, that's really summertime. These are summertime activities.
I would definitely put the barbecue and boating up there at the top for me.
Yeah, me
Because
too.
I just rarely ever get out on a boat. It just always seems to be during the summer.
Yeah, boating, barbecuing. But we barbecue. I think it's actually sometimes nicer to barbecue when it's not summer because it's not so hot out.
Yep.
And concerts.
yeah.
Concerts is number 1 for me on that list.
Yeah, I thought so. Baseball games is something you do during the summer, but a lot of people, especially down here, just don't go, as evident with the Florida Marlins attendance every night, which is not good.
What about you? What do you out of that list?
I would definitely say pool. The only thing I could say that I actually do is pool. I mean, I'll barbecue if I go to, like Sunday I went to a house for Father's Day, and I had a barbecue, but they cooked. And which was very nice. I enjoyed it. We had a great time. The beach, I go once in a while. I would say I go once a quarter.
Okay.
Maybe 4 times a year.
Last time I was at the beach was Tortuga. Now that I'm thinking about
Yeah.
it, if that counts.
Yeah, and that was both. That was the beach and a concert.
But that was more for the concert. You were like, you know what? I want a beach day.
Yeah. Yep,
When was
yep.
the last time, do you know, that you went for an actual beach day?
Probably around Christmas.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, that's a while.
it's been, but it has been a while, but sooner than me. I can't even think about the last time I went.
Last time I was on the beach was last July 4th. I was staying in Miami at the Setai, and we went on the beach because there was, the pool was there, the hotel, and then we just
Full
walked.
vacationing, yeah. But living at home and just saying, hey, you know what? Let's go to the beach today.
I would say once a quarter.
During COVID, I went to the beach a lot. That was one time, and I used to always just go up and down Juneau Beach, just go for walks and runs, just to get out of the house. But other than that, man, I don't even know. It's been a long time.
Now, for you two guys, this is Dom. You just did this amusement parks in some capacity. You were just at Universal, so that could fit into that.
Yes.
And that was work, but still, you were still there.
And you got to think that's a lot of people that aren't in Florida.
A lot of traveling.
That's the summer activities. Oh, let's go to the theme park with the kids and
yeah, definitely amusement parks and obviously Disney. I mean, it's packed those months because people are off. I mean, it's just the way they're going to do it, and that is one of them.
47142. Somebody wants at 1146. I don't know if you caught this, but they said Greek misspeak. You have to have buns of cash. That's from Kevin. I did not hear you say that, but you have to have buns of cash.
Yeah, have some buns of cash.
1146 if you can find that. Let's see. I hope Greek informed them of his pimp rates. And it says Greek can't work for 2 companies. Could you imagine him talking, crap about 2 different groups of executives and bosses?
at the same time?
I could do it.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think he would have a problem. And then our dude Kyle sent me a message on social media, but about the Florida Panthers championship parade. And it is happening Sunday, June 22nd at noon, Fort Lauderdale Beach. So same place. I had it last time. Fort Lauderdale Panthers announced that they're going to host their 2025 championship celebration. Fort Lauderdale parade along A1A starting at Rio Mar Street, concluding just north of Fort Lauderdale Beach Park, which is across from the Hotel Marin, Southeast 5th Street, where the former rally, the stage will take place. They said the parade route will start, as I told you. It's going to extend with the parade culminating at Southeast 5th Street. The rally will be right there, Fort Lauderdale Beach Park. More information on parking and additional details will be released in the coming days, and fans should be tuned in. And you can check out floridapanthers.com/playoffcentral and the official Panthers social channels to keep you up to date on what is going on exactly. But they said you can purchase 2025 Stanley Cup Championship merchandise at Pantherland, powered by FLA Team Shop. And that is the Baptist Health Iceplex during normal hours, Monday through Sunday, 10 a to 7 p. if you need to get yourself some gear in order to go down and celebrate the parade.
And be official.
Get some championship gear. Yep.
And everybody wants championship
So thank
gear.
you very much for sending that our way, Kyle. I appreciate it.
Other things in the summertime, if you guys have it, a little add to the 8 things I did, call us or text us. We'd love for you guys to get involved. Concerts, it seems like, people do enjoy. And when I say concerts, I mean outside concerts. A lot of people like to go to them and enjoy and just hang out with their friends and family. Some people even...
But even indoor, because I'm telling you, Hard Rock Live is getting a lot of the big names that used to go to the outdoor venues.
Yeah.
They are.
definitely are. They have them all year round. They really do. So let us know. Pools, beaches, barbecuing, fireworks, concerts. A lot of people said fireworks. They really enjoy that, even though it's one day a year, but it just really kicks it off and makes it feel like summer. Amusement parks, boating, and also baseball games. But for us, baseball games is down on the list.
Yeah, I think the 3 would probably be boating, concerts, boating, amusement parks.
Yep.
My top 3.
And then, like you said, barbecue, we just do it all the time.
Yep. So speaking of summer, if you've been wanting or waiting for extra time to start on a new hobby, well, there's good and bad news. It's finally summer and a lot of people have some extra free time, but hobbies are not cheap. Every single one seems to have a rabbit hole that can be very expensive to follow. So these are some, because somebody went out and asked the internet, hey, what's the cheapest hobby someone can get into? And these are the most popular responses. And you're like, these all suck, because some of them are dumb, but they say, hey, if you want to start a hobby, here we go.
And these are hobbies that are inexpensive to
Inexpensive,
do?
yes.
Okay, I can think of a couple.
Pickleball. If you haven't tried it yet, just ask any local around. They said senior citizen, hey, what's going on? What's the dealio with the pickleball? They'll rave about it. Not super pricey. You just get yourself a set, and a lot right now, a lot of these parks
are free.
Yep, they have courts out there. Let's see, lock picking. If you get good enough, it could be a net gain.
Wow, that's awesome. Lock picking.
Gardening. Like a lot of things, it can easily get expensive, but it doesn't have to be. Especially if you grow from seeds and propagate existing plants instead of going and buying.
And it's very fulfilling. Like, say you plant a tree or a bush or a flower and you see it grow. You look at it and you say, wow, I had something to do with that. Right. So fulfilling.
Look at that. Casual hiking or camping.
Oh, I love that.
On the list, yeah. Drawing, arts, or crafts. This is another one that has free tutorials online. Cooking. It'll probably help with meal costs in the long run if you teach yourself how to cook as a hobby. This one, let's see what we got. Origami. Tried it. Not great at it. But they say there's plenty of instructional videos on YouTube.
What the hell is that?
Origami, the paper art.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Never seen origami?
No.
No? People take a piece of paper and turn it into like a unicorn or something?
No, I didn't even know.
Isn't that Japanese? Japanese paper art? Yeah. Chess or board games. I said as long as you avoid board game collecting, which can be expensive, learn how to play chess.
I like chess.
Exercise. Sometimes you don't need a gym membership, right? In the summer, it's easier to be active without a gym membership in the summer.
Yeah, just move your hands and legs.
Rock collecting.
Oh, that's exciting.
Just walk around and pick up rocks. Writing, journaling, poetry, or even fan fiction about Taylor Swift's cats. You can write about.
Oh, my God. Get out of my diary.
I said, hey.
Taylor Swift's cats.
If you got a journal and you can look up and see what things are, and a pair of binoculars, go bird watching. There's plenty of places to do that here in Florida. And there's a free app called Merlin Bird ID if you want to ID some birds, and then read, especially when you borrow books, just get a library card. I don't even know where the closest library is. Probably West Palm Beach, downtown.
I'm not sure.
I feel like I never see them anymore. I know there's one downtown. Yeah. So I'm trying to think the closest. There's a few out there. So if you have any hobbies that you're like, I took this on and it was actually quite affordable. It doesn't cost me that much, because we know golf can be a lot of money. There's a lot of things, a lot of hobbies you can take on that can cost you a lot of dough. But if you know any that are cheap, that are great to do during the summer on a budget is what they call it. Let us know. 47142 is the text line. Started off with Real Radio.
Tennis. There's a lot of parks that have tennis courts and they're free. You just go. Archery. You could just go and, get a little bow and arrow.
Swimming,
yeah.
Could just go to the beach for that.
Yep. Pole dancing.
But be careful for the sharks.
Pole dancing, yeah.
Yeah, but to learn, what, are you going to teach yourself on YouTube?
Maybe. I mean, just get.
I think that's better hands-on kind of thing where you have an actual instructor with you. But hey, you never know. A lot of people do learn.
I'm for hands-on, so I mean, if you need anybody, call me.
She's like, sign me up for that.
So I mentioned, you said swimming, you're like the ocean. I saw this. I didn't have it on my list that I sent you guys to talk about, but I did see the most dangerous beaches in the U.S. We know millions of Americans are going to be enjoying a beach getaway. Not all coastlines are created equal. But I'll go through this fast. So they said the dangers could be lurking in the sand, surf, everywhere. And a new report ranks the most dangerous beaches in the country. We're talking about surf zone dangers, like rip currents, all right? Highest risk of shark attacks, hurricanes. And they determined that all 10 of the most dangerous beaches in the U.S. are in Florida. Yes, it is. It is in Florida. Number 10, Jupiter Beach Park. Number 9, Cape Canaveral, Florida. 8, Miramar Heights Beach. 7, Palm Beach. 6, Cocoa Beach. 5, Indy Atlantic Boardwalk, Florida. Miami Beach, Florida. Daytona Beach, Laguna Beach, Florida. So when you see Laguna Beach, you're like, California? Nope, that's Florida. They say it's in Panama City Beach area, Laguna Beaches. And then number 1, which I'm not surprised because it's also earned the Shark Bite Capital of the World title and had 12 surf fatalities from 2010 to 2024, is New Smyrna Beach. Number 1. That's north.
Wow.
Of us.
Man, that's a lot.
Yeah, so all 10 of the most dangerous beaches in the U.S. belong right here in the beautiful state of Florida.
Again, we got great weather. We're out there all the time. Sharks know it. So stay out of water, people. Go ahead.
G-Man, I got to talk back.
Dominic, I got to admit, brother, I was a little nervous for you. We're riding the 0 for 3 train, Game 6, and you totally redeemed yourself. Congratulations. Looked like a good time. And then one other thing, I'm watching the Oilers skate around and they got the name Skip on their helmets. I'm like, who the heck is Skip? I only know a couple of Skips. My Uncle Skippy, softball Hall of Fame pitcher, and this guy Skip Gertler, could turn a double play like nobody else. So I had to look it up. And of course, Skip is Skip the Dishes, Canada's largest food delivery network.
Oh, okay.
I'm not in marketing as of yet. Actually, I kind of am a little bit. But Skip the Dishes, they might want to go with a better color than like a brown dookie color for a food delivery network. I mean, come on. But hey, Panthers, we won. Peace, guys.
I got one more.
Hey, Francis. First of all, I don't text. And secondly, I don't hang out with girls that are prettier than me. Oh.
So it was a fake one that texted in then.
Yeah,
oh, you've got an impersonator out there.
Uh-oh. It wasn't the real one.
You've got an impersonator. Some of you pretending to be Paul Lynn.
I thought it was a little bit fugazi because I'm saying, man, he never texts.
Well,
you want the real thing in life.
Sorry about that. That's how they sign their name.
It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday. Panthers are the champs. You heard them all season long. And the parade is Sunday. If you haven't heard, they just made an announcement at 12 o'clock. It's going to be the same location as last year. It is the Real Radio team. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Our Florida Panthers have done it. They've achieved a repeat to become Stanley Cup champions for 2 years in a row. Cheers to the team, cheers to the coaches, cheers to the fans. From all of us at Real Radio, congratulations to our Florida Panthers, our 2025 Stanley Cup repeat champions.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival,
presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there
for a weekend full of superstar performances, never-before-seen collaborations, and once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Get your tickets today at AXS.com. And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Checking out a crash on 95. That'll be southbound at Palmetto Park Road, currently blocking 2 right lanes. Stay to the left of that. Also got a broken down vehicle on 95 southbound at Boynton Beach Boulevard. The center lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
It's summer. Time to enjoy long days, lazy nights, and great food. Because Uber Eats has deals all summer long. So, when hunger strikes, don't sweat it. Delicious deals are just a tap away on Uber Eats. Enjoy all your favorite grocery items delivered straight to you. Get ice cream, soda, and snacks from your favorite stores like Wegmans and CVS and make the most of every moment. Now that sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's and Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. Any sports you want to watch, Monroe's is the place. UFC, like I said, the knockouts are there. And Fantasy Fridays at Monroe's Palm Beach. Dreams that take center stage every Friday night. It's Fantasy Fridays. It's Monroe's and Palm Beach. That's where the beautiful ladies are. Make sure that's on your agenda tonight. Monroe's and Palm Beach makes a good night a great night. Peace.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets has already paid out over $10 million in bonus bets. Are you missing out? Play today for just $1. Thousands of people have won bonus bets all across Florida with bonus bet wins as big as $350. Download the Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook app today. Plus, new players bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CB CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a few more showers and a few isolated storms through the rest of your Wednesday. Afternoon high temperatures will get into the 90s and upper 80s, but expect overnight a very slow cool down thanks to those showers lingering and then rebuilding past midnight tonight.
This report is sponsored by Rocket. Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started, all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
Your favorite artists?
In your library.
Your favorite songs?
In your playlist.
But your favorite morning show?
He make me laugh every day. Or your favorite team in action.
Oh my goodness, he caught it! Or your live local news, traffic, and weather?
Implications from coast to coast.
Yep, there's an app for all that too.
iHeartRadio.
We're not just streaming music, we're streaming moments.
Everyone wants to be here.
Join the millions of Americans.
And add us to your entertainment lineup now. Download the #1 app for radio.
The free iHeartRadio app.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
That's the only way, Steve, that you can compete with everybody having, buns of cash.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Buns of cash.
Buns of cash.
No, that could also mean you got a nice ass.
Yeah. Or you spent a lot of money on your ass.
Or you're spending money on your ass. Or your ass is bringing you money.
There you go.
There you go.
Because
it means so many things except the things that you meant it to say. Except the thing that you meant it for. What am I trying to say? The thing you meant for it to mean.
Are you going to miss me this weekend in Puerto Rico?
Probably not.
Probably not.
No knock on you. I'm just going to be so happy to be with my mom.
No, which was a great thing. Yeah. But no knock on me, but it was about me. Dominic's in the house.
I can't get away either from him.
Well, what are you doing this weekend? You're not going to see me for a few days.
You never know with you. You're going to be, could you help me with this? Could you put in this parlay?
We're doing the show on Sunday from the parade.
Yeah.
That'd be cool, though.
Yeah, we might be doing it Sunday.
That'd be cool. Why not?
Yeah, it's
special locker room.
Yeah, we're looking into it. We're going to see what happens. Probably after church on Sunday.
Oh, okay, because can't miss church.
I can't.
Not great.
Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
Hi.
How freaked out would you be if you're walking down the street in Puerto Rico and I went, what's up?
He's already said this multiple times. He was like, for the past few days, he was like, what if we were just walking and I just happened to be there? What if this and I was just there? What if, and I was like, oh my God, is he going to show up?
He's already booked the flight.
I
know. I would never do that.
Luckily, I'm on Spirit, so I know he's not on my flight.
Oh,
no way.
I know. That's why I know he's not going to be on my flight.
Oh my God, you're so funny.
He'll be on Andy Quinn's flight.
Andy Quinn wouldn't go to Puerto Rico. If I really asked him,
why not?
Because he always goes up north every weekend.
You make it seem like Puerto Rico's beneath him.
No. He just always goes up north every weekend. So he goes to his house. I don't think I would ask him tomorrow's plane. Maybe ETA Jets. I would ask them if I could broker a plane. This is a good time of year. They do have some great deals. But no, I'm not going to annoy Franny. She's having a great weekend with her family and friends.
It's not even an option, G-Man.
You never know. You never know. They have good casinos there.
They do have some casinos, yeah. And they have cockfighting, too, if you're interested in that.
Dom! Oh, my God!
Still legal.
Yeah, God. I remember when you started wearing those T-shirts when you first started with us.
What, cockfight or bust?
I was like, wow, what's that? Trying to learn some new things about Dom. And I said to Franny, what's that? She goes, he's into cockfighting. I'm like, oh, well, that's cool. It's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
There's an article on from Madison Avenue. They said Caitlin Clark is the most marketable athlete right now, today. Right now, this time of year, too. We're not talking football season. We're talking right now. The NBA Finals is going on, but some people don't even know who's in the finals or who the players are. Caitlin Clark, it really seems to have fans on both sides, everywhere. Men, women, young, old. Everywhere people like her. It started when she was at Iowa, and it's continued on. And about a month ago, she was hurt for about 3 weeks. And boy, the WNBA, you want to talk about it? It's like taking Mickey Mouse out of Disney. They were in trouble. Their ratings dropped, ticket prices dropped, but she's back now. And if you watch the NBA Finals, she has the most commercials out of anybody, which is amazing. Everybody was worried about her when she went into the WNBA because their salary wasn't going to be as high as other athletes in other sports. I was not, because I was like, this girl's going to make a ton of money.
Endorsements and stuff. I guess she got in a pretty bad fight
last night,
and there's video all over TMZ.
Yeah.
I'm just watching it now. But yeah, third quarter of the Indiana Fever Connecticut Suns matchup.
And the other night, too, she got poked in the eye. She pushed back, and then another player on the other team pushed her down. But again, after the game, she's like, hey, let's keep it about basketball. And that's one of the things people say they like about her. She doesn't take the bait. She's never been nasty with anybody. This goes back to Reese years ago when LSU beat them, and Reese had the big thing with the ring, and Caitlin Clark was like, hey, they beat us. What are you going to do? She was raised excellent by her parents. Yeah. She really was. She doesn't get involved with things. She's not even involved in social media.
She just takes it, right? I mean, like you mentioned, the video shows her getting shoved,
and then pushed down
in the eye, getting pushed down. People have their hands on her face and stuff, and
the other thing, like they were talking about it this morning and in this article, she's not involved in social media. So for a person to be as big as she is, for a league that's very small, like you go down the street right now, we go to Fort Lauderdale on Sunday.
She doesn't have an Instagram?
No. That's what they were saying.
No, you're probably right.
If you went down Fort Lauderdale Parade on Sunday, I bet you if you asked 10 people about players on the Pacers or 3 players on the Pacers and Oklahoma City, probably wouldn't get it, but you would get Caitlin Clark. You really wouldn't. I mean, most people I know, they don't know. I know because I live and breathe sports, but I'm just saying, it's tremendous what she's done. And, And you know what's funny about a lot of players, they got hate for her, and it's like the golfers years ago with Tiger Woods. They were jealous of him. Same thing with these people. Be happy for her because she's bringing eyes to your sport, and people are watching and people are caring about it. Her jersey is all over the place. The other day I was trying to get a Panther jersey at Target, and then I went to the mall. You know what I saw? Number 22 jerseys for Fever. I was like, is this unbelievable? There's no Panther jerseys, but there's Fever jerseys.
I don't know if this has got to be her, right? Caitlin Clark on Instagram, 3.3 million followers.
Maybe. I don't know.
Unless it's a fan page.
I don't know. This article said she's not involved with social media.
Interesting.
And somebody else told me that, too, about a month ago.
I mean, it could be a fan page. It doesn't say if it's not. I mean, there's a lot of people who follow her athlete-wise, and it's like an official account on IG, but a lot of people do create fan pages.
They could be her account, and she just doesn't run it.
Yeah, could be.
That's a lot of people have it like that.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what they're saying about Caitlin Clark. She's very recognizable, and obviously when you mention her name, people do know who she is, even if you're not a fan. Yankees have lost 5 in a row, so what do? You bet against them. They're probably going to lose 6 in a row. Mets lost last night, too. The Marlins pulled out a W. In the NBA, the finals conclude tomorrow night as Oklahoma City is in Indiana. They're laying 6.5. That line has gone up based on injury. I do think Oklahoma City wins tomorrow night. Whether or not they cover, I'm not sure about that, but I do think they win. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. You can get involved by calling us, 877-927-6969, or you can text us. Franny's on the text line all the time. If you send her a text about the show or anything else, she'll look at it. If she deems it's okay to be read, she's going to read it.
G-Man, would you take Shea Alexander's over tomorrow if you think they're going to win?
Yes.
What about Caruso?
Caruso, I don't know about.
He's 9.5.
Yeah, because they're on the road and role players drop off a little, but maybe. SG, I would because he wasn't the big scorer the other night. Williams had a unbelievable
40 points.
40 points, so he had a great night. I just don't think they have enough. And I think that if Halliburton's out, that's going to be a big difference. So we'll see. But it'll be exciting. I mean, I don't think it goes 7 games. I just don't. I see them winning tomorrow night and getting the NBA title. So hopefully it does work out. So Arnold, everybody knows what that is. Arnold was at the gym. He says he goes to the gym. People ask him all the time, how are you? And now he's getting numbers from girls. But he says for the first time in his life, the girls say to them, give your number to your son, Patrick. So he said it's pretty funny because I guess he's on that show Lotus.
White Lotus, yes.
Yeah, so he became pretty popular, and he said for the first time in his life he's getting girls come up to him and say, give this to your son. And I thought that was pretty unique and a little different for him, a guy who's been a star for years, obviously. But now his son's getting some fame, and that's nice. His dad's getting some tail for his son. Saying, here you go, buddy. I got this number at the gym today. This girl wants you to call him. I wonder if Arnold calls him first. He might want to check it out and then be like, hey, what are you doing? Give me a call. But yeah, Arnold is he's one for the books. There's no doubt about it. Unbelievable career what he achieved. Came over to this country and became a huge success. You can call us or you can text us to get involved with the show. Don't forget about the Panthers. They did win it all, so they are back-to-back champs for the first time in franchise history and 3 times in a row in the Stanley Cup. Can they do it again? They might. You got to see. They got a couple free agents, and we'll see what happens with them, whether or not they pony up and pay them. And they may. They might say, like, hey, you know what? This winning thing is pretty cool, and we want to keep the guys that we had, and let's try to do it again.
So, G-Man, Dom, you guys both in the dating world. I'm curious what you guys think about this. This is the gold digger test. It's a dating trend that only sets single men up to fail. That's what experts are warning. That's what they're warning about.
I heard
so
about
a growing
this.
number of people in the dating world are reporting a new troubling phenomenon known as gold digger tests. Deliberate situations where one person gauges the other's financial intentions by unexpectedly making them pay or setting up traps to see if they're more interested in money than a genuine connection. So this young woman, Georgina, 27, recalls a bizarre experience she had on a date. She was like, I've been on a few dates with a guy and things were going good. He'd cover dinner. I'd grab drinks. And that was it. She's like, but one evening he invited me out for a casual, just a frozen yogurt date. When it came time to weigh the yogurts, he rushed ahead to pay for his while I was still like mid-topping her yogurts. So she was kind of surprised having to awkwardly weigh and pay for mine just moments because he paid for his.
Yeah.
And he's like hovering over her as she's paying for hers. So we ate in silence. He acted like nothing had happened and kept asking me out after that. She said, he's good at a job. So it was honestly kind of strange to me that he'd do that over a $6 yogurt, especially after we'd already been on a few dates.
Yeah.
She said her experience is far from unique. Where a bunch of dating forums are saying, yeah, guys are doing this. They're trying to test you to see if you'll complain, you'll say anything, or you just won't date the guy because he didn't take care of a bill. Even if it's a small one, as far as like $6. As said, same thing. Another woman said, actually went on a date, started well. We had a lot in common, great conversation, feeling positive. But when the $100 check arrived, the tone shifted. She was prepared to split the bill, but was instead handed the entire amount and asked, is it all right if you pay for this? The guy handed her the bill.
I would think the guy is cheap.
She said she was caught off guard, but unbothered by the amount. So she was like, whatever. But she was surprised, right? Mm-hmm. So right after I paid, he grinned and said, congratulations, you passed the test. You're not a gold digger.
That doesn't mean anything.
Either way, I'd be like, really? That's a test? You made me pay? And this is that you're testing me? Are we playing games right now? So when she probed him about his comment, he admitted he'd been burned before by an ex who expected him to foot every bill. So now he tests women to ensure they're not after his money. It's like, come on, dude, $100. But yeah, they said that this isn't really a great thing. This rise of gold digger test reflects a growing gender divide and the rhetoric on social media and alpha male podcasters suggesting that heterosexual women only want the top 10% of socially, financially, and physically attractive men, which isn't the case. They say this is baseless. So yeah, he encourages men to be suspicious of women's intentions. This one podcaster named Andrew Tate. And I think that's why guys are doing this.
Wait,
I've never heard of.
Is this the Andrew Tate?
I'm guessing, yeah, he's a popular.
Yeah, the one that's, that has all the issues, the human trafficking.
Probably.
That one.
Yeah. So they're saying, yeah, he's encouraging men to be suspicious of women's intentions, leading them to test financial expectations by making women pay for dates or lying about their jobs to see if they'll still stay interested. He says this is worsened by the increasing rhetoric online and politically advocating a return to the traditional gender roles. But yeah, I find it very interesting that this is now a new thing, is testing to see if the girl is a gold digger. But even with something with a $6 froyo, like who's to say?
I think that's
how do you call her a gold digger?
Yeah.
Even $100 tab. To
if
be
you
like,
wanna,
all right, you're good. You passed the test. You paid for it.
If you want to see anything, go out with a girl one time and then tell her you lost your job and see if she goes out with you again.
Or if you forgot your wallet.
The wallet, see, I don't think that because to me, like, I wouldn't think a girl's a gold digger for picking up a meal. You know what I mean? Not to me. Or a yogurt. Like, what the hell's that? That's $6.
Well, I'm saying one of your meals.
I wouldn't take a meal. I think somebody, first of all, the real girls that are good at this, take it from me, you don't even know you're being worked. Okay? They're pros. They know. They don't come out right away. I mean, they're smart. They know. They do this like me in a casino. I mean, they're pros at it. So I think this test.
You're not pro at the casino.
I think this test.
Oh, it's
Dom, you're getting on my nerves. You really are. I mean, you're on a short fuse. You really are. Okay.
I mean, what's different from today than every day?
I'm kidding.
I was like,
I think this guy I'm surprised at because he's like a gazillionaire. If it's the same guy you're talking about.
I'm not super familiar with him, no, but he's the one who's telling guys this, like, hey, you better watch out for the women. And this is, so another person, the girl who's talking about this, the women, I believe she's a therapist, she says, listen, she was like, this encourages lying and dominance from the very start, right? And when one person sets a trap to see if the other will pass, they establish this distrust that undermines the other person, emotional intimacy and connection. And I understand that. They're like, Tess can absolutely undermine people, and it's so dumb. She said there's healthier ways to navigate financial expectations. Like if you're trying to weed out the gold digger, if you've been burned because you're rich and all that's I cared about, they said then, hey, maybe you ask them about their hobbies, lifestyle, travel plans, values, and how each person prefers to handle bills and shared expenses. They say conversation like this gives a clear picture of someone's expectations without having to use manipulation or testing.
Yeah, and you also can see how the person is if they think like every day's Christmas and every night's New Year's Eve. Like, I want to go here. I want to do this.
But I think these are the initial dates, right?
Yeah.
I think that says they're trying to weed them out in the beginning.
I don't know. I'm on your team. I don't think like a yogurt, like I'm going to be like, oh, you're a gold digger. You didn't buy my Starbucks. You whore.
But I understand what you're talking about. Hey, why don't you talk to them? Ask them what they want in life. If they're like, I want to travel every day and I need Gucci, then you're like, all right, this will be expensive. That's why you ask about them, have conversations, then you can navigate their financial expectations.
Yeah, you could also tell by a lot of girls or guys their appearance, how they dress, what they do, what they're used to, what they're accustomed to. You could see that if you really want to look. And we're talking big money now. Because this guy, like you said, if it is the same guy, he's mega. But I don't know. To me, that's not going to work. I think that's a bad test and foolish. I'm surprised he came out of his mouth to say that. Like a yogurt, you're going to tell for $6? Ah, she's a gold digger. $6. I mean, like, come on. I mean, you know.
Well, he was waiting to see because he paid for his before she was even done loading up her yogurt. So he was waiting to see if she'd make a comment about it. Like, oh, hey, all right, I guess I'm paying for mine. And she didn't act up. So I guess she passed the test.
I don't know. If you're thinking somebody's a gold digger, maybe you shouldn't just be with them. Maybe that's the simplest thing. But like I said, tell them you lost your job. And go out with them on Tuesday night and tell them Friday, I lost my job. We still going out Saturday? And they say no, she's a gold digger. There's your test. Right? I mean, it's pretty simple. You should be able to tell.
47142, a couple things from our listeners. Start off with Real Radio. Says, I have my own office, so I don't need a special room. Saying Gen Zers want a special room so they can get it on at work if they have to come back to the office from working remotely. Says what I do need is office furniture that won't explode when you put a little weight on it.
What?
I don't know. Says a workmate of mine from a different department came over after work hours for a meeting. I'm doing air quotes while performing a tabletop exercise. Their IKEA-esque, I love that's what they call it, desk came apart.
Oh, wow.
Luckily, I had a decent size horizontal wood cabinet I got to finish on.
Oh, my God. This is crazy.
Thank you, TMI. What I love about Caitlin Clark is instead of being all over social media, she's letting her game do the talking week in and week out. She's not feeding into none of the backlash, none of the stupid crap on the internet. She's not feeding in and out of it. She just goes out there and performs every night. We haven't seen this type of player in a very long time, so good for her. And Dom sucks. I was at the very end. I'm sorry, I had to read it. That's from Chris.
All good.
And you can always text 47142. Started off with Real Radio.
And if you have any signs to try to test people, male or female, let us know. You know, I was reading an article the other day. What's that kid's name that was married to Britney Spears? Robert Federon or something like that?
Federline.
Federline?
Yeah.
Kevin?
Yeah.
Kevin. He's been divorced 3 times.
Isn't he a Batchy Boys? I thought he's
No, he was now you're messing up. He was a background. He was a dancer.
Yeah.
Okay. Backup dancer. Excuse me. Yeah.
He's been divorced 3 times, this kid. right? 3 times, 3 super wealthy girls, over $100 million he's gotten in alimony. Oh my God. You never hear
He's
about
doing what people accuse a lot of women of doing.
That's right. That's why when you brought up gold digger, I read the article. I'm like, oh my God. 3, you can look up the story. 3 different women and not long marriages. 1, 2 years. Brittany was like 5 or 6. That was decent. And I think some other girl, 3 years. He's gotten over $100 million. He should write a book. I mean, oh my God. I mean, it's usually the women. My God. Sanchez's chick doesn't have anything on him. Oh my God. I was like, $100 million. And he doesn't feel bad. I mean, it's crazy. And the amount of money Brittany gives, and then he was married to this big executive for a couple years.
I am only saying he's only married to 2 people. A volleyball player.
I saw 3.
And Brittany.
3. I'll show you the article.
Okay.
Where he gets $100 million.
Yeah, it's showing spouses, and it's only listing 2. One was a professional volleyball player, and then Brittany.
It was on Instagram when I got it. But yeah, $100 million, they said that he's gotten over 3 different marriages. So that's pretty good, $100 million. So hats off to him. He lives in Hawaii. He doesn't have it bad.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing, that this guy's been married to he's still married, according to this, to the girl, Victoria Prince. So I don't know what article G-Man's got.
I'll show it to you.
Yeah, he's been married since 2013.
That's what it says here for me.
I saw
He could have been in a long-term relationship. Maybe had children with that person.
I don't know. I saw
child
3.
Support? I don't know, G-Man.
I saw 3 where he got $100 million. I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive. A little douchey on his part. But I only brought it up because of the gold digger situation. But if you have any gold digger situations where you think somebody's a gold digger, and again, after you for money, when you go out with somebody to begin, tell them you're flat broke. You know what? I'm broke. Got a bunch of credit cards. See if they come back again. Or tell them you lost your job the next night. Then see if they go out. You go out Tuesday, it's great. You call them Thursday, I lost my job. I'll pick you up Saturday, 8 o'clock. I think I got something going on.
Yeah, so it looks like that's what you're thinking. He was with somebody. She was an actress, singer, and they were never married, but they do have a couple of kids together, and they separated. They were there for a while. Her name is Shar Jackson, and then he ended things to start a relationship with Britney Spears. But the claim is, yeah, he got money because of the kiddos.
He's got a lot. I mean, again, most people wouldn't think of that when you think of that situation. It is a stereotype. You would think more of the female side. It is the Penthouse on a Wednesday, celebrating the Panthers today. It's Panther Day on Real Radio as the Panthers went back to back. Dom was in the house, so he broke his jinx. He's there. He can go next year. Panthers sent us an email this morning.
Yeah, they actually want him there because now he's a good luck charm.
Yeah, Panthers sent us an email and said, we want Dom back. His girlfriend, not so much. But he is allowed back. We'll be back in a few minutes with some Florida stories.
Our Florida Panthers have done it. They've achieved a repeat to become Stanley Cup champions for 2 years in a row. Cheers to the team, cheers to the coaches, cheers to the fans. From all of us at Real Radio, congratulations to our Florida Panthers, our 2025 Stanley Cup repeat champions. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Checking out a crash on 95. That'll be southbound up Palmetto Park Road, currently blocking 2 right lanes. Stay to the left of that. Also got a broken down vehicle on 95 southbound at Boynton Beach Boulevard. The center lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
This is Scott Smith with Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. Any sports you want to watch, Monroe's is the place. UFC, like I said, the knockouts are there. And Fantasy Fridays at Monroe's Palm Beach. Dreams that take center stage every Friday night. It's Fantasy Fridays. It's Monroe's in Palm Beach. That's where the beautiful ladies are. Make sure that's on your agenda tonight. Monroe's in Palm Beach makes a good night a great night. Peace.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Your water may not be safe. Forever chemicals that stay in the body for years have been found in drinking water, linked to kidney cancer, testicular cancer, and ulcerative colitis. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, you may be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan is investigating these claims now. There's no cost to get started and no fee unless we win. Call 1-800-555-6666 or visit forthepeople.com/PFAS. Offices Orlando and throughout Florida.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a few more showers and a few isolated storms through the rest of your Wednesday. Afternoon high temperatures will get into the 90s and upper 80s, but expect overnight a very slow cool down thanks to those showers lingering and then rebuilding past midnight tonight.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Wherever the drive takes you, we're here to help keep you on the road to summer fun. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
Go to VIOC.com for money-saving coupons and to find a location near you.
What Would Greek Do is brought to you by Monroe's of Palm Beach.
from the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Probably one of the biggest Panther fans I know is Jason, who is Franny's co-host on the is Gator? Yeah. Gator 98.7. Also, Dom, a huge fan. These guys are really super fans with no money involved, which I have so. And, you spent a lot of money.
I was like, they have money involved in the tickets.
Yeah.
I mean, and Jason spent probably more than I make in 6 months.
Yep.
Definitely more than I make in 6 months.
Probably more than I make in 6 months for sure.
We don't believe Greek, though.
I mean,
we don't believe when Greek says it.
I can't believe the amount of money. I was shocked. I was like, wow, that's a lot of money to spend.
Hey,
and Franny, real quick, you didn't say anything bad before, right? Because I turned your mic a second.
Oh, no. We're good.
He's a professional.
Nothing bad. No bad words.
No
slip-ups.
No, we would have said so. No, but Jason, I mean, he's married, too. So, I mean, when you're married, you usually have to tell your wife what you're doing.
There was permission.
Which is nice.
Yeah, but she understands what a big fan.
But I think she's expecting a vacation return now, too.
Oh, yeah, it's happening.
He should.
It's happening.
He should do that.
And he took Dad, too, which
nice.
was great for his dad to go and see them win the Stanley Cup.
I think it's fantastic. I was just shocked. I just would not pencil him in to be that kind of guy to spend that kind of money.
But when
he seems very practical.
When you were and he is pretty practical, and I guess that's why, right? You splurge on things like that.
Yeah.
But when you were way more into sports, even though you are into sports, but actually going to games, which you were back in the day, you're not so much about going to live games, but you probably spent a pretty penny.
Not like that. That's a lot.
Yeah.
I always got comped a lot of times,
Okay.
and I had luck with my dad and
I was
people I
going
know.
to say, all right, I forget that you you got the perks like that. Because, I mean, you were sitting courtside and going to Super Bowls and flying on jets. And stuff.
And 90%, 95% of that was comped. I mean, it really was. I mean, not that I'm saying I wouldn't have if, I was a super fan, but it was always for free. I've spent definitely more money on tail than tickets. That's a trivia question for you. Dom's in the house.
Hello.
Oh, we got someone. Oh, my God, this kid. He's got to come on. Come on at 1:30.
He's like, no, I'm going to be on for a whole hour now. He's got a lot to say.
You got a room on that plane? Oh, you're flying Spirit?
Do I have any room on that plane? That's how I knew. We have Jason.
Hi.
Jason.
I can kick this back to 1:30. I haven't eaten a goddamn thing all day. Let's go. I mean,
Mornings on the Gator.
I hear I'm listening to the damn radio, and you guys are talking all this smack about me.
Wait,
Well, it's
listen.
not smack,
He's
but
talking
I'm not
a bit
talking.
more
I'm giving you a compliment.
I know.
That was a comment.
I love you, too. You know that. I'm just joshing.
We've already said, Jason, that you could go to Europe 3 times with the amount of money that you spent on Panthers tickets.
Yeah.
And I said also, when you're married, I don't know everybody's arrangement, but something like that, you would have to say to the wife, hey, I'm doing this. And I gave her a compliment that she's very cool.
She is very cool.
Because a lot of girls be like, hell no.
Look, I can come back at 1:30 and we can get into the X's and O's if you want, G. But I'm just going to tell you right now, I had a Dom was sitting a couple sections over for me. I don't know if you know that I found you.
Did you?
I found you in the crowd. This boy was losing his damn mind last night.
Oh, yeah.
That crowd was losing their damn mind last night.
I was going to say, watching it from home, it sounded absolutely insane in the best way possible. Like, I wanted just because of the atmosphere alone, I had a bit of what they call FOMO for not being there.
Now, you were there last year too, correct?
I was only able to make it to one of the games last year.
Okay. Did it close out?
Yeah, I was not here when they closed it out. I was actually across the pond. I was at a buddy of mine's apartment in Amsterdam watching the Stanley Cup final at like 5:30 in the morning when they lifted the cup last year. So I had FOMO. You talk about FOMO, Franny. Sure. I had the FOMO last year. I was like, that is not happening this year. And and we made it happen. All right, y'all carry on, right?
That's it?
You know, I'll come back. We can get into it.
He's going to break down the game for us.
I got to get over to Wawa and pick up my burrito, man. I am dying right now.
Okay, all right.
Don't forget, there's also Cracker Barrel too.
Yeah, God, I'm so hungry.
You forgot that Cracker Barrel's right
All
down
right,
the
I'll
street.
come back in a little bit. We'll chat a little bit more about the game. You guys have fun. Okay, bye.
Okay, all right. That's a little bit of a tease. Like somebody,
That's what we call a tease in radio.
it's like somebody like inviting you over. You sit down, you light the candle, and she's like,
You know what?
I got a headache.
I gotta wash my hair. I'll go wash my hair.
I forgot my husband's here.
Yeah.
All right, Franny, you want to get us some Florida stories?
Sure.
Florida. Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida?
WTF.
What the Florida?
Okay. Excuse me. Well, what's more a Florida story than the Florida Panthers celebrating at an Elbow Room? A bunch of people, two people I know are down there right now sending me pictures. It is party time, even kicking off 6 a.m. That's so nuts. Yes, of course, hours after the Florida Panthers capped off their second straight Stanley Cup victory, members of the team were still awake and celebrating this morning. Fort Lauderdale Beach. They said that they saw Barkov at 6:30 a.m., spotted him riding in a car, cruising along Los Olas Boulevard.
Cool.
Members of the team were also partying as he's cruising already at the Elbow Room, just like they did last year. They were saying that a bunch of the teammates were spotted bringing the Stanley Cup trophy into the famous beachside bar. More than 100 people were already inside and outside. And if you look on the camera now, there's way more than 100 people, but that's when they showed up around 6:30. They said we're inside and outside of the Elbow Room celebrating with the team. Many people waiting hours and were showered with adult beverages from the Stanley Cup, courtesy of the players.
We should have done the show there today.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't know it was going to happen until last night. You know what I mean? And then if we did it, we could have did it at my buddy's place. We could have did that, but Franny's also got to go, so we had a lot of things.
Actually, I would have been closer to the airport.
Oh, again, my bad. I'm sorry.
Then next up in your What the Florida, 34-year-old dude, South Miami. Dude was arrested after multiple women reported that he exposed his penis. Nobody wants unsolicited penis sightings. Listen, whether it's through a phone, on social media, or when you're driving by, like just no. Or you can get arrested like this. Police say a victim told officers that she was walking in an area when she noticed a black Dodge Charger was following her. According to the report, Demetrius Sams of Miami was behind the wheel of the car. The victim told police that he rolled down the window and she saw that he was masturbating and leaning his exposed penis against the vehicle window in plain view.
Okay.
How long is that thing?
That's pretty impressive. I was drinking the water, but I was like, wow.
Even G-Man was going, how the heck?
I mean, sometimes game got to recognize game.
Jeez.
That's a free lunch.
Of course, the victim was startled and afraid. Nobody was thinking they were going to see that when somebody rolls up next to you.
Hey, what's happening?
So she ran into the street, started screaming, prompting this Demetrius dude to drive away. They said the victim told officers that there's a community WhatsApp group chat in which several neighbors say, yeah, we've seen the same Charger in the area, slowing down, trying to talk to him, and this is his thing.
Probably is the Charger, because that's a very unique car.
Police then obtained surveillance video showing the Charger driving through the area that day, and they were able to figure out that it was Sam's vehicle that it was involved in. They said he was involved in multiple similar indecent exposure incidents, and he was just finally caught for this. They weren't able to catch him. Yeah, he was located yesterday and arrested on indecent exposure charges. Sam told detectives, well, I don't recall masturbating in public. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember doing that. Well, he's still being held at Turner Guilford Night Correctional Center.
I think that's something you might remember. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and you got a bunch of women saying, yep, same car, same dude. Yep, he pulled up and has his pants pulled down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I got busted. And then finally here, during the first 5 months of this year, 72-year-old Florida man has placed 3,400 calls to 911, pushing his 5-year total to 16,000 calls. And I know they have record of that, but man, does it show you the exact, like, this guy's called this many times.
I'm sure they got a record of everything when you call 911.
Yeah.
And then they see it and they're like, same guy again.
Investigators who arrested what they call the reoccurring caller for stalking a neighbor. Police responded to a 911 call claiming that someone was shooting an AR-15 rifle in the roadway. And it's outside of the St. Petersburg residence. So when officers arrived, they discovered a family having a nice little barbecue with children playing, small children. No guns, no AR-15s. They didn't hear any gunshots, nothing. So with regards to the reported gunplay, numerous neighbors advised that no such event had occurred. They're like, I don't know what you're talking about. None of us heard any gunshots. And this is neighbors, not even the house that he went to. Neighbors were like, I don't know what this dude's talking about. So the complainant was Samuel Lee Thomas, who lives across the street from where the shooting was purportedly happened. Police communications records show that Thomas dialed police 647 times to make complaints about the neighboring home. So it's not just, what did I say? How many? A ton. 16,000?
16,000
The
total.
647 was to this neighbor making complaints. He's made all kinds of stuff, but with this neighbor, he's made allegations about narcotic sales, firearms usage, disorderly conduct, suspicious activity. So with that 16,000, he's calling over a bunch of stuff. I have a feeling he's not all there. Someone who lives at the targeted property told cops that the 911 calls had resulted in hundreds of interactions with the police showing up at her house, and that Thomas frequently stops in front of their residence and yells obscenities at her and her family. So they said, it was readily apparent that Thomas was utilizing the police to maliciously harass Peterson and her family for no legitimate purpose. They called it stalking, false report of a crime. He's also being charged with resisting arrest for allegedly tussling with an officer when they tried to handcuff him. So there you go.
You doggy.
And that is your What the Florida.
Great job, Francis. We do it twice a show, 11:05 and 1:05 on the Penthouse on Real Radio. You are listening to us. And remember, you listen to the Panthers all season long on Real Radio. So Adam Sandler, when he did the movie Grown Ups, he was in it with a couple of his friends.
Yeah, Chris Rock was in it. David Spade, right?
Yep. Yeah, I think it was three of them. And after the movie did so well, I didn't realize this movie made $270 million.
They had a sequel too, right?
Oof. He bought them all Maseratis, $200,000
nice.
Maseratis.
Everybody in the movie?
Just the co-stars. Those
Because
couple
Kevin
guys.
James.
It was Kevin James.
Chris Rock, David Spade, Rob Schneider was in it.
Yeah, the four of them. He bought them Maseratis. $200,000 as co-stars.
He didn't get the ladies any because they were in it too. The wife, Salma Hayek, was in it.
Oh, maybe he did it for them. I read those four guys.
No, I don't know. I'm just saying, how come the girls didn't get it? Because, they had some big names married to them. Maria Bello was in it, Maya Rudolph.
Or maybe the girls got screwed, or maybe he bought them too. I read about those guys. And I remember one time Chris Rock, I saw a drop on one of his shows, and he mentioned it. Like Adam Sandler goes, what am I going to get him for his birthday now? You know what I mean? Like, how do I top it? Yeah. So he bought them all Maseratis, his co-stars, and that was pretty impressive. A $200,000 Maserati. I mean, Maseratis are beautiful as well, but he went top of the line. But the film grossed $270 million, so he was like, Mingada.
Yeah. Kevin James, Chris Rock, David Spade, and Rob Schneider all got $200,000.
So he screwed the women.
Maseratis. Yeah.
Wow. My God, that's not nice. Franny's pissed. She's going to be talking about you on the flight to Puerto Rico. You know what Adam Sandler did?
I like you, Adam.
I'm just saying. He didn't buy the girls. So Terry Bradshaw is a quarterback for was a quarterback for the Steelers in the 70s. A lot of people don't know who he is, but he's been on Fox for years on Sundays. Men know, and women who watch Fox. And he was just in the news smacking a little bit Aaron Rodgers. But over the last couple of days, he was going through a security system, and they sort of picked him out for a random check. Well, somebody that was there with him filmed the whole thing. He wasn't happy about the whole thing. It was just a random check. He just got picked. And again, Terry Bradshaw played in the 70s. Not that it should matter, but
he's a funny dude, too.
Oh, yeah. He is funny.
Great personality.
Not that it should matter. I know he's been on TV for years, but it should be, you know what, there's nothing, no special privilege. If you're a star or not, if you get screened out, you get screened out. And he's made a lot of money with Fox. I mean, big money. 30 years, I think he's been. I'm surprised he's flying like regular flights. That was the first thing I was surprised about. But he was not happy about the whole screening thing. They did show him, and then he had a response about it. But again, it's it's going to happen. I mean, you know what? You're going to get picked randomly and people don't know. Now, I'm sure if they knew who he was, they might have let him go and be like, all right, we're not going to bother you. Because, again, in any kind of a system, they don't want people to make, have film of it, how he was treated and everything like that. I think he was more pissed that he was even detained.
Mm-hmm.
And it's happened to me once or twice where they call you out. And I've never been brought into a room or anything like that. They just brought me to the side and wanted to check my stuff and everything like that. Even if you don't have anything, the one thing with me once, they opened my bag, and it was a duffel bag, and there was a pair of jeans and a belt. And I think, and there was some money, and I think they thought it was very suspicious. And they're like, "This is all
you had?"
Yeah, they were like, "This is all you have," and I'm like, "That's how I travel." And
what were you gonna wear as a shirt?
I was going up to see my mom at this time.
Oh, so she has more of your clothes.
Yeah, I had stuff on. I was only up 2 days.
Okay.
I had a pair of jeans and I remember a belt and some cash. And I got
a toothbrush. Just kidding. No, I think it's suspicious. You know what I mean? Deodorant? What's going on? Nothing?
And I had a 5x7 of you in a frame.
Even more weird now.
And you were in it too, Dom. Right.
Oh.
And I put it wherever I'm at. I just put it up here for 4 hours a day. Doesn't matter what 4 hours. I just want the 4 hours. But it's one of those. It's like when you get pulled over by a cop. You might not have anything in your car,
but you still act like you do.
Yeah, you worry.
Just like, oh no.
Oh God.
It's true. So I want to let you know, if you show us your preset, you can get tickets this week to go see 21 Pilots hitting the I Think Financial Amphitheater October 10th. Tickets are not even on sale yet, so this is the win them before you can buy them. We're going to pick our winner on Friday. Go to realradio921.com/preset to get all the instructions on how you can enter. Basically, the main thing you got to do is make Real Radio 92.1 the #1 preset on the iHeartRadio app, and it'll tell you what else to do after that. Now, I'm telling you this right now because maybe you want to see 21 Pilots, maybe you don't. But I will tell you, and I cannot tell you, I can't tell you who it is, but next week, because we switch up our tickets every week, and next week we have a pair of tickets to a concert to go see somebody who is, it's almost impossible to get tickets to this act anytime tickets go on sale because they sell out, or secondary markets sell them for insane amount of money. This person is huge, probably the biggest star in his genre of music.
Ooh.
And that's who we have next week. So we will let you know on Monday what we're going to be giving away.
Taylor Swift?
It is not Taylor Swift. It is not.
God, there were so many guys.
He's just, I don't know, man. He's pretty damn popular.
There were so many guys in my section last night that were like, please don't show Taylor on the TV or anything. They did not want to see Taylor. She wasn't there,
right?
I didn't see her at all.
Who was the most famous person you think was there that you spotted? I didn't recall them really showing anything.
They didn't really do
television.
the celebrity thing like they did the other game I was at.
Probably Jason. From the Gator. That's about it. TMZ is also reporting another fight on a Southwest Airlines, and man, it's bad.
They had to tie down the girl.
Yeah, they had to tie her down, take her off on a stretcher.
She had a meltdown.
Oh my God. And it's just amazing.
So it's going from LaGuardia to Kansas City. And is it weird that right away I saw her and I was like, she's from Jersey. I don't know if you saw a picture of her.
Is she?
She looks like, I don't know because
the dark hair.
The LaGuardia, she looks like, and nobody's flying out of Jersey of Newark, but she just looks like she belongs on Jersey Shore. The hat and everything.
Bad video. I mean, if somebody just losing their cookies, and it's sad the way people are acting on planes.
Yeah, they said that she just went berserk. She attacked another female passenger, clung onto her hair for dear. She said, clinging onto her hair for dear life, refusing to let go as others were just trying to peel her off without making things worse. She was certainly going through it, insisting she wasn't even touching the woman's hair despite having a handful of her hair in her fist.
Yeah.
Full on spiraling. They said hurling offensive slurs, not just at her, targeted, but at everyone around her.
Yeah, it was bad.
Eventually, she was restrained on the floor, kept on raging, screaming, kicking her legs in every direction. And then, they show in another clip getting hauled through an airport on a stretcher by cops. Looking to be subdued this time. They probably had to give her something to calm her down.
Oh, my God. She was out of control. She looked like she had Edmonton for the series. What do we have?
We have Evan on the phone.
Evan, good afternoon, Evan.
Hey, good afternoon. Great game.
Yeah. If you're a Panther fan, it was awesome.
Sure. You're talking about Terry Bradshaw flying a commercial.
Uh-huh.
And so he was on Celebrity Family Feud. And Steve Harvey is introducing, and he has some beautiful daughters, Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah, he's got 3.
And Yeah, and Steve Harvey is introducing him and saying, "Hey," he goes, "Wow, you're all beautiful girls." He goes, "And if you're married," and Terry goes, "Yeah, these two are married, but this one has a boyfriend." And he goes, "I'm not really sure about him yet." So he's out in the audience. He goes, I flew him out here, but I made him fly coach."
Yeah, I mean, again, I mean, he's going out with somebody's famous daughter. I'm sure we just talked about gold diggers. Maybe he thinks, guys he's not sure about, worried about, want to be with his daughters because of his fame and money. So I could see that happening. But his girls are easy on the eyes, so that was sure to kick that to the curb. They did a reality show a couple of years ago.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Bradshaw has gone through some serious depression problems. He was just sick for a couple of years, too. But he did have a lot of situations with depression that he spoke about.
Yeah, I think he's got a form of cancer right now.
Mm-hmm.
Which is sad, but he's hanging in there.
Yeah.
And did Jimmy Johnson leave Fox?
Yes, he retired.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
So who are they going to put in there? Gronk?
I don't know, Evan, off top. I know Gronk's one of them because he was doing a lot of different stuff. And then I think Alex Smith maybe, or maybe I'm wrong.
Who's that?
The quarterback he was with the Chiefs.
The one that retired really early.
His leg up so bad.
Yeah, yeah. I think him. I could be wrong, but you would have to check. I don't know Fox's lineup. I only know Monroe's.
Talk about football here.
Excuse me?
Talk about football, man. It's great to be able to talk about football.
You can talk about football anytime you want. I mean, it's 12 months a year, the NFL. You know that. I was talking about the ratings for the NHL. They only average about 2.5 million people watching it. And that's amazing how the NFL has such a strong hold on everything with the media and fans.
Now, I didn't know if I heard this right, but did you say that they're trying to move the Super Bowl to out of the country one year?
Roger Goodell said that is something they've talked about, having a Super Bowl out of the United States.
Wow. I don't know how that would work. I mean, I don't think it would be great for,
I don't sell out.
I agree with you. I don't think it would be great. No, but for fans who actually want to go there, it'll sell out. I think people, would fly there, but then you're going to get a lot of locals who are going to go check it out when should be for the fans of the teams.
Yeah, I agree. But it's the NFL and it's money. I would say, I'm going to guess it happens within the next 10 years.
But even adding international teams is so ridiculous to me, too. I mean, they got to play the travel and going back and forth. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
I agree.
Yeah, and they say, like the Panthers had to fly to Edmonton. They say when the Dolphins fly to Seattle, they go a few days earlier because the time changes, or just the travel just wears them out.
Yeah, they want to get after them.
Yeah, I mean, they have a couple games a year, right, that are international.
That was one of the problems they had this year with UCLA and USC in college football. They were saying the kids had to travel across the country, and they were dropping them earlier and earlier because it was, just too many times. The hours and the amount of time flying was brutal.
Yeah, did you say the Dolphins are going to play in Madrid this year?
They are, but I didn't say it, but they are going to play. We've mentioned it.
Oh, okay. Well, gotcha. All right. Well, you going to have the zone?
Yes, we are.
Good. I'll be listening. And who's my favorite going to be there?
Defoe's going to be on today. It looks like.
Okay, good. Yeah, he'll have some insight on the Panthers game, man.
Yeah, he definitely will. He's the guy who's been around for all the championships in Miami and down here with the Dolphins. So he'll probably have some interesting things to say. And I know he was involved with the Panthers when they first started.
Yep. Hey, listen, Franny, have a great vacation.
Oh, thank you.
Enjoy. Thanks, Evan. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Our Florida Panthers have done it. They've achieved a repeat to become Stanley Cup champions for 2 years in a row. Cheers to the team. Cheers to the coaches. Cheers to the fans. From all of us at Real Radio, congratulations to our Florida Panthers, our 2025 Stanley Cup repeat champions.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival,
presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas.
September 19th and 20th. Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there
for a weekend full of superstar performances, never before seen collaborations, and once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Get your tickets today at AXS.com. And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One. one.
Injured?
Oh
Call
my
Smith
God, now this
Ball,
guy's gonna
Baez,
come
and
back
Prather
on.
at 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
I-95 busy through up Boca Raton. Accident blocking 2 right lanes, I-95 south at Palmetto Park Road. Florida Turnpike looking good along the Palm Beaches. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's. Save $100 on the Craftsman V20 Max 6 Dual Power Tool Combo Kit, now $199. Head to your nearest Lowe's store for big savings on tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-414-7272. That's 800-414-7272. 800-414-7272.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
Quitting tobacco is hard, but it's also hard to deal with a cough that won't go away and thinking it's lung cancer, or feeling your heart race after a walk and wondering if it's a heart attack, or telling your family you may not be around to see your next birthday.
Quitting tobacco is hard, but the consequences are even harder. Tobacco Free Florida has free resources to help you stay smoke-free. You may be eligible to receive free nicotine patches, gum, or lozenges. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW or visit tobaccofreeflorida.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Shop Mattress Firm's July 4th sale and reclaim your restless nights. Choose from a curated premium selection of mattresses to find just the upgrade you're looking for. Get matched, sleep at night.
When you're hiring, Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a few more showers and a few isolated storms through the rest of your Wednesday. Afternoon high temperatures will get into the 90s and upper 80s, but expect overnight a very slow cool down thanks to those showers lingering and then rebuilding past midnight tonight.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
MMJHealth.com. Get approved for your card today. Medical marijuana made easy.
iHeartRadio's got you covered for the summer. Sail on with commercial-free weekends on Yacht Rock Radio. Roll down the windows for road trips with summer playlists like Summer Classics. Or just escape into a podcast. Your summer soundtrack is already in your pocket with the free iHeartRadio app. Find your next summer preset now.
iHeartRadio. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on Real Radio. Panther Day on our station.
Let's go.
Let's go, Panthers. Let's go.
I have 2 of the big Panther fans in here today with me. And both of them had no money on the games.
No.
Which was impressive. I think, Don, did you have any money on it?
No, I didn't want to put any money on yesterday's game.
I had no.
So these guys are just fans.
Yeah.
Before we get into Jason, and he's going to give us a little advice about how to handle a big situation in marriage, because money comes up.
Yeah.
Money is one of the top things that experts and people say ruin marriages.
That's true.
People always have debates on them, how each person handles money, how a person thinks, hey, this is important or this isn't. And this is a big thing.
Yeah.
The 2 things that they always say come up with marriage failures and things that have problems with marriages: money and sex.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 things.
Yeah.
So we'll get into that in a second. Do we have somebody on hold on?
I'll get to that right now. Hold on
Okay,
one
go
sec.
ahead. So we're talking to Jason. He does mornings on the Gator 98.7 with Francis.
Hi.
And he's in right now because Francis is on our way to Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
And Spirit Airlines, so she said she knew she wouldn't bump into me.
You don't fly Spirit, huh?
Oh, my God. You kidding me? First of all, flying as a whole lately is bad. It's the last 6 months. It's been out there. And then the people
The news makes it bad,
Of
right?
course.
It's actually not that bad.
No. When you do the odds, no. Your odds are probably worse on 95.
Unless you're flying in India.
Yeah. That was Jason for the playback. But if you're in 11A, you're in good shape.
That's dude, right?
11A.
Like the last crash happened like 25 years ago. Dude was sitting in 11A. He's the only survivor. Same way with crazy, right?
And they say now people want that seat.
Heck yeah, man.
11A.
Charge a premium for that.
All right, so you were able to go to the Panther games.
Yeah.
And you are a married man.
I am.
And you went to, so how many games did you go to overall in the playoffs? Not the year.
Oh, in the playoffs.
Because they were home for 4 series.
I didn't get to every single home game, but I would say I was probably about at 75% of them.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, at least 2 per series. So
you're
I
6
definitely
and
was
3.
I was at 2 home games for Tampa, 2 home games for Toronto, and I think I only made 1 home game for Carolina.
So that's 5, and then the 3 you just went to.
Yeah, every home game for the Stanley Cup Final, absolutely.
All right, so you went to 8 games. Now, when you're discussing something like this with your wife, because I know a little bit about you and who you are, you definitely tell her, "Hey, I'm going."
Yeah.
Does she ever say to you monetarily what it is costing, or you volunteer? Or you don't even try to bring it up?
I don't bring it up. And if she asks, then I will be honest about it.
Yeah, you have to be.
But the reality is it's okay. It's not like everybody relationships. People handle the finances differently, right? Yeah. In ours, we have our together money, and then we each have our separate.
All right, so it's coming out of your account.
Yeah, she's not paying for any of this. It's all coming out of my account. And it wasn't an issue,
Which is nice.
Yeah,
because a lot of girls would say something. I'm sorry.
I also said to her, "Hey, babe, last year I missed the opportunity to see the cup lifted on home ice in Game 7 because I was across the pond. I was on a boys' trip with my dad and my brother."
So whose fault is that?
It's not. Well, here's the thing. That trip was planned years in advance, and it's not like you can just go and refund something like that,
I
right?
get it. But she has nothing to do with that.
She has nothing
It's not
to do
like
with that.
you said, last year I took you to Paris to the Gucci sale.
Well, that was me giving her the perspective. Now, she knows that I'm a lifelong Panthers fan, and she knows how much of a nut job I am for hockey, right?
Yeah.
And so I kind of laid the groundwork. I'm like, listen, this is a solid team going into this season. There's a solid possibility they take another run at this.
Yeah.
Like they're built for it.
Yeah.
And I called my shot at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm going to talk about this hoodie here in a minute and superstitions. I want to cover that too. But I called my shot at the beginning of the year, and I'm like, listen, babe, if they go all the way, I'm going to get to every single game.
Okay.
Right. A good friend of mine's a season ticket holder, so he's got passes, and he gets them at face and all that. So there's one game I didn't have to pay these astronomical fees for,
which is great.
But the other 2 I absolutely did. Took my dad to a couple of the games.
Nice.
He had an absolute blast last night. So I laid that groundwork ahead of time. You get in front of it, right? Get in front of it. No, hey, listen, it's not going to impact your pocketbook. It's not going to impact our finances or anything. Just heads up. Your husband's going to be a little disconnected for the next 2.5 months. This is going in. This is going into postseason, right? Because I'm like, all right, that starts in April, right?
Yeah.
So she understood, and she said this morning,
"Is this over?"
She's like, do I get my husband back? I'm like, we got a parade this weekend, so that's got to happen.
And then the Dolphins.
And then I'm like, you got about 2.5 months before football season kicks up, so just revel in it, right?
Now, I knew you for years on Real Radio when you were with the Docs, but I never knew how big of a fan you were.
Yeah, back in the day when you're a young buck, man, I'm living on ramen noodles and peanut butter and jelly, right?
Yeah.
So I couldn't afford to go to a lot of games. And even though,
like, not to even go to games, that you're that super of a fan.
Absolutely. And it wasn't like I was like a die hard, right?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't watching every single game back in the late 90s, early 2000s or whatever. I left the Docs and I went to go work for Lex and Terry out in Dallas, right? I was about 25, 26 at that point. And the station that we were on, our flagship station in Dallas, was 97.1 The Eagle, and we were the flagship home of the Dallas Stars.
I remember you telling me that. That's
so it was one of those scenarios where, okay, I'm a guy in my mid-20s, all these Stars girls keep coming in and out of the studio, and I'm just like, yeah, these girls are smoke shows. And oh, by the way, we got tickets to every single game through the radio station, and I didn't know anybody out there, so I just started going to Dallas Stars hockey games.
That's cool. That's how you meet people.
That's real. Exactly. Yeah. And that's really where I started to get to the X's and O's of the game and get to know it a lot more and kind of fell in love with the game. I've always been a Panthers fan. That's never going to change. But it was living in Dallas and going to those games that got me into the sport like heavily. So coming back and, maturing and growing and all of that. And here we are all these years later. Now I can actually get to games occasionally when I've got the time.
Yeah.
I can afford more than a peanut butter jelly sandwich nowadays. So
can you maybe go home tonight and would you possibly bring flowers to her and just say, this is for just being understanding and Gina be a super fan? And
hey, man, you know what? That's not a bad idea.
Red roses to match the team.
She hates roses, but that's not a bad idea.
Because I tried to give him roses one time.
Yeah.
And he was like, my wife, I said, why can't I meet people like that?
Yeah, but that's not a bad idea.
I would bring her flowers and just be like, and
That's
you know
not a
where
bad
you
idea.
stop at Joseph's.
Yeah.
They have great bouquet of flowers. I'm going to suggest it because I
Okay.
bring it to somebody, reasonable price, and you'll look like a prince.
Hey.
Because it's for no other reason. You being understanding, and
brilliant
I
idea.
like what you. This is why we work together.
This is why I love Greek. This guy comes up. You know, I've been in my own head for this whole Stanley Cup final. I'm not even thinking about that. That's a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
That's why I love you, G.
Thank you. I was helping one of my buddies the other night text a girl, like some of the lines, and he was going back, and I'm giving it to him. He's like, the only problem is, Greek, he goes, when I see her, I can't come up with any of this.
Yeah, I did that for a buddy of mine too. Hey, he's still dating her though. He's still dating her.
This guy I don't know about. So
I talked about some superstitions for a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so
I was just going to ask you.
You know, I know you were. I see we're locked in right here, buddy. I'm not really a superstitious guy up until this season for some reason, right?
Okay.
I don't know why. I mentioned before in talking to the wife, I'm like, I got a feeling that this is going to go all the way. This hoodie that I'm wearing right now, I bought at the home opener of this season, right? I have never worn it. I never even took the price tag off. I'm like, I'm not wearing this hoodie until they get the repeat.
Wow.
So this morning...
Was this the first time you're wearing it?
This morning, before I came into the building, I cut that damn price tag off, and I'm like, let's go. Let's go, right? Did Franny tell you guys about this dumb kitten?
Yeah, she told us all about it. Yeah, that you even got a kitten because of this.
Listen, I come home, my house has been a foster facility for the past year. My wife's getting, whatever, I don't care. It's totally fine. I come home, and there's this kitten in my house. And we have him for a week. Our job is to get him to wait so he can get neutered.
Oh, nice.
And bring him back, just a 1 week foster.
Oh, very nice.
She gets it on a Wednesday. Panthers go into Edmonton and win game 2. Come back home and then win game 3 on June 9th. We had to bring him back that Wednesday, right?
So
we brought him back on Wednesday. What happened the next day? Panthers lose at home in game 4.
Blame me bringing the girl.
It was partially you bringing that chick. You didn't bring her last night, did you?
No.
See, I told you, man. My wife goes and picks up that kitten on Friday. What happens? Panthers win at Edmonton on Saturday. Panthers win the cup last night. So I took a minimum of a 15-year commitment with this kitten.
Wow.
Just for a second cup, right? I know it has no bearing on the game.
No, but still in your mind.
Exactly, right?
Yeah. Well, it's just like when you're
I
betting.
can finally wash the hoodies that I've been wearing under my jersey for the past 2.5 months. I feel bad for the people sitting next to me at these games because I'm like, man, sweating. Last night I was sweating, man.
Oh my God, yeah. But again, if it matters to you,
and I'm not a superstitious guy.
Yeah, but certain things,
not until this year.
Yeah, certain things like if people are betting, and there are certain friends of mine that constantly lose, you just be like, I don't want you on the game.
Gee, I almost kicked a dude out of my truck last night. I was driving down to the game, and I was bringing my dad, my buddy, and he brought a coworker with him to go to the game as well. And he's talking about,
So there was 5 of you in the truck?
It was 4 of us in the truck, right?
Okay.
So me, my dad, my buddy, and his friend. And he's talking about, Hard Rock Bet app and this, that. I'm like, stop. Like, you're not going into this game talking about betting on anything. You just stop. And I'm like, put the phone down or get the hell out of the truck. And he did.
Good.
We left him on the side of the turnpike.
There you go. All right, let me tell you about this text message I got from G yesterday.
What you got? What you got?
G sent me a little video he wanted me to post on Real Radio.
Yeah.
And in this video, G's wearing Edmonton colors.
What the hell?
All
I don't
right,
understand
wait.
what that's a big deal.
All right, wait. And then in the video, he's telling people to put money on Edmonton.
Last night.
So I said to G, sorry, this has bad juju. I can't post this.
No.
Sorry, I'm not sorry.
Hey, you know what? I got your back on that one, man. I got your back on that one.
If you're not going to post it, then why bring it up? We discussed this earlier.
Because you wanted Edmonton.
Superstitions,
You wanted Edmonton.
You wanted Edmonton yesterday.
I thought they were a good bet last night.
Son of a bitch.
That didn't mean I didn't want Panthers to win. It was all about money. I had him that last Thursday when he went. I believe in streaks. So when he said he was going, I was like, you know what? And you know what the problem is with that? I had somebody brought in from outside our country to film that video. And then they were like looking for it all night. And they were like, where was it? And that was in my Rat Pack room at my house.
Oh, you can post it now. The game's over.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead and post it now.
Okay, perfect.
It's not going to age that well. Just going to say that.
It'll be like, oh my God, you lost.
So, some X's and O's from yesterday's game. I got to tell you, one of the highlights for me, Reinhardt's been one of my favorite players for a long time, right? He got the game-winning goal in Game 7 of last year, and clearly got the game-winning goal this year. Not only did he get the damn hat trick, but he got a fourth goal on top of that. Like, the place was electric, and we were that close to a shutout.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with the Panthers, I think, is that they kept it together from last year. They picked up a great trade.
Oh, hell yeah.
And at the time, a lot of people were skeptical because he's 37 years old from Boston. But again, their GM, what's it, Zito?
Zito, yeah.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, and so does the whole front office.
Don't sleep on Jones either, man. That dude had a great postseason too.
And usually when a team repeats, that's what happens in all sports. You need a couple other guys that come in because you lose some people at free agency or trades or injuries.
Right.
And they also, the Panthers going in, they could have said with the trade deadline, there would have been teams that said, we're not going.
Right.
Go with what we got.
Sure.
But they were like, hey, man, we see a hole and we can do it. And they did.
They did.
So,
they did. No, so there's opportunity right now. The conjecture is that there's going to be an extension in play for Bennett, which is huge. He got the Conn Smythe last night.
Yeah.
And the argument was between is it going to be Bennett or is it going to be Marchand? And and it clearly ended up to be Bennett. But like if you can retain those two guys, and then it's gonna be huge. Now these guys,
Marchand wants a big deal though.
They want a big deal, but they also respect the fact that they can win again, right? You shave off a couple million to stay in Florida. Number one. Number two, to have another run at it, but possibly get a three-peat, right?
Well, I think for Florida teams, the big advantage they have too is there's no state tax.
That's true.
So when they sit down with somebody and they look at them, and this has been brought up many times, and this is why they think the Dolphin organization is so bad, because that has been for years the Heat worked out big ploy for guys because you pay tax and it's heavy when there's no state tax. Remember, when you're a ball player, people don't realize this because you may not be really familiar with it. They pay the tax every game where they play. So if you're home for the Florida Panthers, like, the whole half a season, that's a lot of money you're saving.
Yeah.
So maybe you signed, I don't know, New York for 20 whatever, but you're paying way more tax on half a season.
Right.
And that's when their experts come in, accountants and lawyers, and say, hey, even though this looks better, this one is the better deal because tax money is big.
I'll say this. There has been no state income tax in this state the entire time, and nobody was making this argument when they were a crap team.
Well, of course.
Same thing about the Tampa Bay Lightning,
of course.
too.
Once they're good, though, it changes. Like, same thing with fans.
Yeah.
I mean, I know guys who had season tickets 15 years ago and couldn't give them away.
Right.
But now they're winning.
Yeah. Exactly.
Everybody wants to go.
Exactly.
There'll be more people at that parade than will be at the Marlins' next 20 home games.
Combined, right.
Combined.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
And that's the difference. A winning organization and a losing organization.
Listen, it's a state of hockey, man. The past six Stanley Cup finals have included a team from Florida.
It's amazing.
And the past three, obviously, the repeat with the Panthers, clearly we're riding a high today. I mean, clearly we're riding a high today. But I'm going to make a statement here. The Panthers are a better repeat team than the Lightning are. Because
based on what?
They got their cup, or one of their cups, in the COVID year. Where it was a shortened season. There's nobody in the crowd. All that does have a factor to it. So while on paper they basically are deemed equals, the Panthers are the better team.
All right. Well, there it is. There's Jason for the Mornings on Gator 98.7.
And clearly a Panthers homer.
And a Panthers homer. He's saying that. And when we had last week the president on for the NHL, I did bring up to him, it shows you once again, it's the same thing. If you win Las Vegas, an area, another hot area, and new franchise, and they sell out all the time, but the team wins.
Hey, man, we got air conditioning. It doesn't matter if it's hot out. I get you.
But it's important because they usually always thought for years, that's why they didn't expand to warmer climates, that people wouldn't want to go. But if you win, you win.
Look how great this is for the sport, too. This is, it's a big market here in South Florida, and the championships bring fans. Yes, you got a lot of newcomers. That's fine. But it's a lot of people that are understanding the sport or getting into the sport. It's great for the sport.
Well, it's like anything else in life. When it comes at you in so many different waves, as a person, if you're not involved, you're like, what the hell's this?
Right.
It's like AI.
The FOMO.
Yeah, it's just like you hear so much about Taylor Swift.
Sure.
Caitlin Clark, things that you never even hear. You're like, my God, everybody's talking about this.
Was she there last night?
Caitlin Clark?
No, Taylor Swift.
No, I don't think
I
so.
didn't see
Somebody during one of the intermissions tried to tell me that Taylor Swift was in the building again, and I'm like, man, I don't see a blacked out booth or anything again. I haven't seen her on the screen. I haven't seen anybody on socials or anything. And I'm like, I don't want her anywhere near a Panthers game.
That's what I told Greg
I don't
earlier.
think she was there because they would have definitely said something.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah.
I haven't been on social media since I left the arena. I can't wait to go through all these highlights. I recorded the game. I'm going to watch it again so I can see what it was like watching TV.
I forget which player it was, but one of the players came back out with the Stanley Cup at like 2 a.m. in the arena. And was just holding it up for all the employees still there.
That's fantastic.
And all there were still fans still sitting there at 2 a.m.
So
I,
kick you out.
I bolted it around just after 1 o'clock.
Wow, that's late.
Yeah, it was late. Like
Coming from near to Stewart, that's far.
Had a lot to do when I got home to work for Real Radio and for Gator and everything like that. I think I'm running on about 45 minutes of sleep right now.
Wow, but the adrenaline.
It's it, man. Like I feel fantastic.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, let's go. You know.
Good. Again,
I want to say one other thing.
Good.
In the respect of the team and their attitude, right? And I don't know if this was a directive from Paul Maurice directly or if they just did this on their own. But, when the presentation comes out, the Stanley Cup comes out, and Barkov is the captain. He's the one that comes out and lifts it up for the first time. Did he turn around and hand it to Brad Marchand? No. Did he turn around and hand it to Bobrovsky? No. He handed it to the guys that have never experienced lifting the cup again. And I thought that was the coolest damn thing ever.
Yep.
And because it says, you are one of us. You are in through it, through thick and thin with us. And we'll let the stars get it last, which I just thought was the coolest thing ever.
Nice.
And that's the type of thing that will carry over into the next season and potentially bring a three-peat.
So you're ready to three-peat?
Man, it was the talk of the entire drive home.
Are you going to talk to the wife about next year?
She already knows. I laid the groundwork with her this morning. I said, hey, just so you know, this team, if everything, it could very well be like this again next year.
All right, so my suggestion, I told you, is stop by Joseph's, get her some flowers. Don't say any
Stop by Monroe's first.
Yeah, and say, I don't think they're selling flowers.
Oh, no.
They don't sell flowers. I would walk in and go, because you're so understanding.
Yeah.
This is the least I could do. Thank you so much.
That's a brilliant idea.
I mean, once in a while I come up with them.
You do.
It is
why I love you, G.
It is the Penthouse. I'm starting to feel the love. I got to be honest.
Let's go, baby. Go Cats.
Go Cats.
Repeat.
These two are tough. We got the Greek Zone coming up. We got Devo calling us. He's going to talk about his Panthers when they first opened up years ago, expansion. He was there. We're also going to talk to Josh Cohen. We got a lot going on. Hope you guys had a good day and celebrate Panther Day on Real Radio. We're not saying it's because of us, but 3 years in a row, they're in the Stanley Cup and Real Radio. Might be because of us. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Have done it. They've achieved the repeat to become Stanley Cup champions for 2 years in a row. Cheers to the team, cheers to the coaches, cheers to the fans. From all of us at Real Radio, congratulations to our Florida Panthers, our 2025 Stanley Cup repeat champions. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Boca Raton, our busy spot accident, I-95 South at Palmetto Park Road. That is taking up a right lane. Expect delays. Florida Turnpike looks good along the Palm Beaches. No major incidents. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-888-5226. 800-888-5226. 800-888-5226.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
There may be toxic chemicals in your water, and it's not going away. PFAS, also called forever chemicals, have contaminated water systems in communities across the U.S. Linked to cancer and other serious illnesses, they stay in your body for years. If you've been exposed and later diagnosed with kidney cancer, testicular cancer, or ulcerative colitis, call Morgan & Morgan. We're investigating cases now, and you may be entitled to compensation. There's no cost to start, and you don't pay unless we win. Call 1-800-555-6666. That's 1-800-555-6666. Or visit forthepeople.com/PFAS. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Offices Orlando and throughout Florida.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
iHeartRadio just gave driving an upgrade with Presets, now on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Your go-to stations, podcasts, and playlists all just a tap away on your dash. Start your engine, hit play, and drive happy. Free with iHeartRadio on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a few more showers and a few isolated storms through the rest of your Wednesday. Afternoon high temperatures will get into the 90s and upper 80s, but expect overnight a very slow cool down thanks to those showers lingering and then rebuilding past midnight tonight.
This report is sponsored by FreshFromFlorida.com.
Summer starts early in Florida, which means we get more beach time, more sunshine, and more time to enjoy refreshing, sweet, and juicy Florida watermelon. The best part of summer is already here. Locally grown, fresh from Florida watermelon. There's sunshine in every bite.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
It is the Greek Zone on a Wednesday, Panther Day. That's right, Panther Day. Hats off to the Florida Panthers because they won a Stanley Cup back-to-back 3 times in a row in the Stanley Cup. We'll look at some Major League Baseball lines, and we'll also look at the NBA Finals for tomorrow night. And no more hockey, so we can't look into hockey. And then if you're really looking to bet, you could always drop in some money on WNBA, golf this weekend. And there's some World Cup out there. World Cup this weekend at Hard Rock. So that's something you got to think of. I don't know if there's games Sunday, but I think there is game Saturday. So that's something you might want to think about, too, if you are driving south. Make sure you realize that, because there's going to be a lot of fans going there.
A lot of traffic.
Yeah, a lot of traffic. I'm not sure what time it is on Saturday, but there is World Cup this weekend. Greek Zone is a sports handicapping show based on gambling odds and where the money's at. And last night, a lot of people did have the Panthers, and they did become a back-to-back champs. That's something in all sports that is not done at all. Right now, he's making a special occasion for us, moving around his schedule. Josh Cohn is joining us. He is the host of Questionable Call on YouTube 3 times a week, 4 minutes a pop, and it is good stuff, and you will be entertained. Josh, good afternoon, sir.
What's happening, G? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm feeling hockey withdrawal. I woke up sad. You know, I'm glad our Panthers won it. I'm glad we went back-to-back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad we didn't have to sweat a Game 7. But I'm just realizing that, like, we're done with playoff hockey until next April, and we're done with hockey, you know, till November. But thank God football, you can almost smell it. Like, if you right now, you can almost smell football's right there. You can just touch it.
Yeah, it does. Football's in the air. People are talking about it a little bit more and more. Another week, we're in July, and then it's that 1 month where there's no really going on, and then August it kicks back in, and then and at the end of August you get college football. So, Josh, as a sports fan for years, you and I, we've talked about this. This is something that I don't think a lot of people really realize how odd this is, that a team goes not only Stanley Cup 3 times in a row, but wins the Cup twice in a row. And it doesn't happen in any sports. It's rare.
Yeah, it is a rare thing. Now, hockey had a stretch, if you remember, late 70s and 80s, where you had teams winning, you know, 4 in a row.
Yep.
Montreal, 4 in a row. I think the
Edmonton
Islanders won 3 or 4 in a row. And then Edmonton had their run as well. So you had a couple Canadian teams. You had the Islanders. They were a dynasty. But in this modern era of free agency and moving around and taking big money, it's not like, you know, guys back then were making $80,000 a year, $90,000 a year, and they're only playing a career till, you know, you're 32, 33 years old. So you're taking the money where you could. Different now. For this Florida Panther team to make 3 consecutive Stanley Cup finals, to win the last 2 consecutive, is remarkable. But what people don't realize is they've now won more playoff games, most postseason games, in a 3-year span than any other team in history.
I believe
it was another round of the playoffs, but they've made history by doing just that, winning, I think, 45 postseason games over a 3-year stretch, which is astounding.
Yeah, I mean, the team itself is done unbelievable, the front office. And again, this year, they made some fantastic moves by the deadline. I talked about it earlier. This is what you need in all sports when you're going to compete, because it's never the same team. It's not like years ago in the 70s and 80s where teams stayed together. You lose people, cherry pick free agents, trades, injuries. Yep. So the Panthers, Zito, the GM, made some great moves just before trade deadline, and boy, did it pay off.
He's a hockey guy. He's a former player, he coached, he's a GM, he's a player's GM. He gets it. But, I know people probably don't pay that close attention to the Florida Panthers, but you knew who Brad Marchand was. Mm-hmm. You knew that he was the most hated of the enemies. If you asked Panthers fans, name a player from an opposing team, you asked them this last year, or even this year until February, who do you hate most? They said Brad Marchand. Mm-hmm. He was public enemy number one. So you knew when they acquired him, it was going to go one of two ways. Either he was going to fit in seamlessly, where you'd say, this guy just wants to win, and he gets it. There's a Panther culture. Or you're going to say, there's bad blood still. There's still some stuff that lingers, that hangs over from So it could have gone one of two ways, and I think it actually went better than anybody could have expected. Now, he's 37. Yeah, he's 37, and he's somebody that is about to be a free agent. We'll find out how much he wants to stay as opposed to how much he just wants to get paid, because he's about to get that end of the life, that final deal, that big free agent deal, when you're a superstar like he is. He went 14 years between Stanley Cups.
Yeah, he's
11 won last night.
I don't know if he's going to stay or not. He might go for the money. I mean, the big thing with Florida is we don't have a state tax, so that's a big thing. But on the point that you made, you go back to the Yankees when they signed Roger Clemens. It was the same thing. People hated Clemens, hated him. And then he came out of the Yankees, and he pitched well, and you loved him. And Johnny Damon, another one you hated. When they're on your team and they're helping you win, it changes if they win.
Yeah, absolutely. But, baseball is such a one-on-one sport. It's pitcher versus batter, versus pitcher, fielder versus runner. It's such a hockey. You require so much timing and so much rhythm. It's like playing in a band. You have to hit the notes properly. You saw, Edmonton last night just off on passes, just off, just missing blades and tips, and those things make the difference because you saw the Florida Panthers. We talked about this several times as we were heading into the Eastern and Western Conference Finals as they were winding down. I said, I think this probably goes 7. There'll be a lot of goals. Both teams can score a lot of goals. I think it goes back and forth. I thought Edmonton might have the slight advantage, but you saw how much they missed, not to go too hockey intensive, but, they missed Zach Hyman badly. They missed him badly. But Florida was the better team, no question about it. They led for all but, I think, 34 minutes of the entire Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, they broke a record.
Domination. They're that good of a team, but Edmonton certainly, they were just a little bit off when they really needed to really be on. It picked a bad time to have a bad time, if you will, because the Panthers, they just are a machine right now. And remember, Panthers, every series were starting on the road.
Of course.
They were the lower seed. From the first round through the Stanley Cup final, they had to start on the road. In Toronto, they were down, weren't they down 2-0, right? They were down 0-2.
Yeah, I believe so. Tampa, they were down 2-0.
No, Tampa they swept. Toronto, they went to 7 games, and they were down 0-2 because they started in Toronto. They came back, won those, and they won.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were down 2-0 Toronto. You're right. We're talking to Josh Cohn, the host of Questionable Call on YouTube 3 times a week. Download it. You'll be entertained, and you'll be informed. Josh, I read an article last night in Madison Area. First, when I read the headlines, I was like, a little crazy, but when you think about it right now with the NBA, Caitlin Clark, the most marketable athlete in America right now, this time of year, even more so than the NBA guys that are in the finals, because most people, if you walk down the street in West Palm Beach, Los Angeles, or Miami, they probably couldn't name 3 guys on both teams.
Of this finals, probably not.
No.
Probably not. Yeah. She is a phenomenon. She is the Taylor Swift effect. You saw the effect that Taylor Swift had on the music industry, on ticket sales. Remember, Ticketmaster changed the pricing model to dynamic pricing as a result. Taylor Swift, is a game changer. She affects global economy. Her world tour literally affects global economy. Caitlin Clark came along at the right time, and you have to be honest about the fact. Let's be honest. I'm a marketing guy. I've been in advertising since I was a sophomore in college. I've worked on the streets in marketing advertising since I was a sophomore in college. and you're going back 30 years on this now. Caitlin Clark is the right amount of right.
Mm-hmm.
She's pretty, but she's not too pretty.
No.
No one's going to say, oh, she's not. She's likable. She's very authentic and real. She's approachable. She looks like the girl next door or the one that might serve you a meal or maybe might be your lawyer in a court case. She's very, very of that, relatable, likable. You can imagine. But you have to be realistic about this also. She's also a Caucasian girl playing in Iowa with a run in the NCAA tournament that was game-changing, literally game-changing. You see the effect she has on ticket sales. You see the effect she has on television with the ratings. We really haven't seen anything like this in team women's sports. Venus and Serena, enormous effect on tennis.
Yeah.
You've seen it in track and field for years. But in team sport, women's sports, really televised women's sports hasn't been that big of a thing. Volleyball got huge a couple of years ago in college. They're playing matches in front of 106,000 in Nebraska. But Caitlin Clark it doesn't surprise me at all, the most marketable for all the reasons I just mentioned. She says the right things.
Well, she does invite debate too, which I think is very much because because I think every time there's an athlete out there, there are things that people do that could possibly not make somebody like you or go against you or root against you. I mean, even last night was another example. After the game, she said, can we keep it about basketball? The thing when last year, 2 years ago, when she had Reese and, she got the ring, she didn't push back. She has been very well coached, whether it started with her parents, obviously, not to, keep my eye on the ball and not bite into it. And I think that makes her more likable because even last night, she gets pushed down twice, and what do? You're going to root for her. She goes, wow, man, she's getting beat up, and nobody's saying anything, but she really is smart, and if anybody said 5 years ago a woman would be somebody more remarkable than maybe Alexander in the NBA, you'd be like, no, and she is. I mean, that's the whole thing right now.
Yeah, and I want to point out that, to the audience, there's no correlation between good and marketability. Okay, marketability means that you can sell sneakers and energy drink and insurance to people of every race, creed, color, sexual orientation, socioeconomic background across the nation. Some people test very well in certain areas, some don't. This is, again, a pretty but not stunning, drop-dead gorgeous Caucasian girl from the Midwest, Iowa, playing in Indiana, which generally isn't a hotbed of marketability, but in this instance, she's all of that. You don't have to be great. It certainly helps. But there are people that are very marketable. I had this conversation with Serena about a decade ago. We went to happy hour one time, and we talked about a certain Russian player who's blonde, very pretty, who had all the endorsements, who had all of it. You remember, Porsche, Rolex, etc. And we, but Serena said head-to-head, I'm 16-2 against her, 14-3 against her. So remember, marketability is not with Caitlin Clark. Not only is she marketable, she gives real answers. Her answers are always right. She never says the wrong thing. It's not like, Belichick wouldn't give you anything or Brady says, it's team effort. They're a good team. She actually has thoughtful answers where she gives you something, but she never says the wrong thing. She's this great of a player. She is the ultimate marketing. She's going to make $500 million in marketing by the time it's all said and done. She's going to make $500 million in marketing money globally. Forget about just in the U.S., but globally she will.
Talking to Josh Cohen, the host of Questionable Call on YouTube 3 times a week, 4 minutes. Download it. You'll enjoy it. You'll be entertained, and you'll find out some good stuff about sports. Josh, let me ask you real quick about a city that we both love that seems to be having some problems. It's Las Vegas. People are not going as much. They're down with the hotels. Pool season has started for them out there, and it's still Vegas, and people still love it. But for some reason, the planes are not landing like they once were, and they're having first time in a while 3-4 months in a row with less visitors. I think it has a lot to do with, obviously, flying's problems, and people don't want to fly. And obviously, there's more casinos now throughout the country. What are your thoughts?
Part of it is legalized sports betting. Part of it is more casinos around the country. But remember, Vegas used to be a value destination. It used to be Disney World for the grown-ups, and then there's also enough stuff for the kids. So families went, or people that had a modest budget went. And you'd get 4 guys, and they would double up, 2 in that queen bed, 2 in that queen bed at the MGM Grand, and so be it. Vegas is no longer a value destination. Now they're adding service fees, and they're adding resort fees, and they're charging for things like a bucket of ice that's brought by room service. And what people have said is, enough of this nonsense. I'll go to a real resort. We'll go to Tulum in Mexico. We'll go to Greece. We're going to spend money. We're going to get real value out of this. It's funny you say that because I just got invited to Vegas for the Cosmopolitan or any of the MGM resorts, and there's comp room offers for UFC Fight Week.
Yeah, it's
during
surprising.
International Fight Week. There's comps throughout the summer that are, and I haven't been in 2 years, so it's not like I'm a player on the books where they're saying, we got to get this guy.
Yeah,
he's this great action.
Yeah, no.
That's how sad it is. Vegas is in trouble right now. They have outpriced themselves. They have done a poor job of hospitality. They fired bartenders. They got robots making drinks. They fired check-in people. They got kiosks. You got to do it yourself. They're charging for everything, nickel and diming. And what not just Americans, but people around the world have said is, screw you, we'll go somewhere else where literally we're wanted, appreciated, and where there's value.
Yeah, it is having a problems, and I am surprised. I got a letter yesterday, email from the Win, extending my time if I want to go there. Usually it would be 2 or 3 nights, which you've been there with me, and now they're saying 4 or 5. And they actually called me, talked to me, and I was very honest with the girl. I said, I have it 20 minutes away. And I have roulette here, and I have sports betting. Those were 2 of the biggest things. Right. But I think, obviously, the country, there's casinos everywhere, which is a big thing. But, yeah, for the first time, you are hearing some cracks in the armor with them. It's still Vegas, and it's still, the place to be. There's no doubt about it. But it is surprising where, they are hitting a little bit of a rough spot.
But if you're looking at that demo that does the bottle service, right,
yep.
and they want the Instagram with the marquee, with the look at we're holding down the court, they're going to Tulum. They're going to Greece. They're going to these exotic destinations to keep up with the haves for Instagram. So that leaves you with the folks, again, that have modest spending power, gambling power, etc., that used to fill Vegas in the summertime. And because of all the resort fees and the surcharges and whatnot, they're just not doing it. Now, in your case, G, you got to hit up your girl, Susan Savage, and you got to tell her, send the jet, like Tony Soprano after he whacked Christopher in the SUV crash. Send the jet. Remember Tony Soprano was eating shrimp cocktail on the private jet, and I'm thinking about you at Scotty Lee's on Christmas complaining about the size of the shrimp.
Oh, my God.
Send the jet. You'll go. Send the jet. You'll go.
The NBA Finals is tomorrow night. We're talking to Josh Cohen. I love him because he has an unbelievable memory. And the Finals is doing not great, obviously. And the NBA, a lot of the big stars are not there. But the Pacers, you really don't know who they have. There's only really 2 guys. And the same thing with Oklahoma City. You got, Alexander. That's about it. And that's a stretch. For most people, they don't even know who he is. And again, he might be the face of the league going forward. He may not be. But the NBA Finals, again, we're going to see some bad numbers. And the NBA says they don't care, but yet they do because this is how they sell themselves.
Of course they do. Of course they care. And what they're going to say is, well, look, people are consuming it differently.
Yeah.
They're streaming it on their phones and on tablets. Well, they're watching it after the fact. Well, they're consuming it in bits on social media. And you can add all those numbers up, and that's great and what have you. But you still want an audience to turn on the TV at 8:30 p.m.
Yeah,
and actually watch it on live television. That's how you get a rating, and that's how you set the rates to sell the advertising. People forget that's all that it's about.
Mm-hmm.
Again, people, don't confuse what's good with what's popular. You need, with all stories, you need heroes and villains.
Yeah.
You need heroes and villains. Whether it's Shakespeare or Star Wars, you need Vader and you need Skywalker. So who's the hero here? Who's the villain?
Mm-hmm.
Like when LeBron was doing it, he was the hero the first time in Cleveland. As soon as he went to Miami, he became the villain.
Yep.
And then all the times afterwards, and then Lakers, he's the villain. Good guys and bad guys. Don't have national brands. We don't have name recognition. We don't have storylines and narrative. All you got is small market. And yeah, they're good teams. They deserve to be there. And it's good basketball. It's been an interesting series for the most part. But casual fans don't care about that. Unless you're betting on the game, you're probably not watching it live on TV. Let's be honest. It is not a draw without those big brands of players and teams. There's no Lakers. There's no Celtics. There's no LeBron. There's no Steph Curry. There's no Warriors. There's not familiarity. it's going to hurt your ratings big time.
There's no doubt about it. And the ratings are down. They've talked about it. And again, with the year of next year going to, obviously, back to NBC, with Jordan going to be on there, probably is a good time for them to be doing that, to get some new blood in there and for the NBA. But again, from the very beginning, that's who they wanted. You and I and guys like us are big basketball fans and sports fans, we know. But I said today, if you walk down the street on Las Olas in Fort Lauderdale or Clematis or West Palm Beach, any bar you want to use, and you ask people to name you 3 guys, they wouldn't do it. And Caitlin Clark, they'll know. Caitlin Clark, they would definitely know. But I don't think that they would know the starting lineups of either one of these teams, which is rare for an NBA Finals team.
Yeah, without question. The thing with Caitlin Clark, though, in the WNBA, they had tremendous success with her and Angel Reese and all these storylines. And I hate to say this because I'm the guy taking a story sensation. Like, the show goes up today at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
On YouTube, punch in questionable call, hit subscribe. The show today is an examination of whether Aaron Rodgers is lying about actually getting married.
Yeah, I know. I was just going to bring that up.
It's not how important of a story. It's not that important. But we're sensationalizing because it's stuff that people like. But the problem with the WNBA is nobody's talking about the plays.
Yeah.
They're always talking about the shoving and the pushing and the name calling. Did Brittany Griner really say these white bees?
Yeah.
Did, she pulled her hair. Sophie Cunningham last night, putting a girl in a headlock. We're talking about all the drama, this stuff, which is great for business. But the purists would say, we talk about basketball. So at some point it'd be nice if it was about can you believe the play? This is a bad matchup. But people are interested in the girls pulling each other's hairs and shoving each other down. It brings out the, cafeteria schoolyard fights back from middle school and high school. But it's got to be about more than that. At some point, it's got to be about games.
The game.
Ball. We only talk about Caitlin Clark in college when she broke the record from the logo. State built a whole ad campaign from the logo, which is brilliant marketing, by the way. But what else have we talked about plays being made?
Yes.
Other than, Angel Reese can't make shots and she has rebounds. She, rebounds for herself, and that's it. It's unfortunate.
Now, the Rodgers thing I want to get to before we wrap it up. If he is lying, I can't see why he would lie. Man, would this be egg on his face again. And his family saying it's not true, and they're looking it up, and they can't find where he got married. I would hope not, because that's so bad for him to say. And again, that storm will follow him right into Pittsburgh, and boy, will Tomlin not be happy that that'll start the training camp. Because somebody's going to ask him when they go back, are you married?
So he claims she doesn't have any social media. Today's show is 4 minutes and 30 seconds long, I think. It goes up at 4 p.m. If you guys would hit subscribe on YouTube to Questionable Call, the name of the show is Questionable Call, Josh Cohen, the channel's Questionable Call. Today's 4 minutes, 30 seconds breaks this down with what Rodgers said, with what the family said, with proof of this. There's some interesting turns and twists in this, including when Rodgers got asked about the girlfriend back Christmas week. It was 2 days before Christmas. And the look on Pat McAfee's face when he said, my girlfriend.
Yeah.
McAfee looked stunned, like, wait, you got a girlfriend? But he says, she doesn't watch the show. But then she said, I think, she's a fan of yours, though, Pat, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense because Rodgers said she also doesn't have social media.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, now, there's likely a girl. Let's be honest. There's likely a girl. But this is the guy that talked about being immunized.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Playoff vaccinated, immunized. You can be married common law, which means there isn't a legal certificate, which means that you have an understanding and you function and live as such. A lot of people have common law marriage. Also, remember, he marches to his own beat.
Yeah.
On bongos, naked, on the middle of the jungle. So he may have had a ceremony performed, standing naked in the moonlight, in 3 feet of water in the ocean with this, Sagittarius and, retrograde. We don't know. They call themselves married. Maybe the way Rodgers does stuff. You think he's really going to have a certificate signed by the state of Nevada, Pennsylvania, California? We don't know. But if he were to make up a girl completely, that seems kind of far-fetched. But again, watch today's Questionable Call, and you'll find out what we got on this.
Great as always, Josh. Thank you for your time and your effort. Also, let us know. Maybe you're going to a Panther parade on Sunday. How is the best way to get down there? Woo!
There's no parking. You know that. There's no parking.
No.
Ride share. But Uber sucks. They treat you bad, and Lyft's no better. Revo Rideshare, R-E-V-O. Download the app right now. Here's reasons why. It's an American company. They're actually founded right here in Jupiter, Florida. Drivers, if you drive rideshare, you get to keep 70% of the ride. Uber and them give you 32% or something like that. So you're doubling what you can make. For riders, here's what I want you to do. Download the app, sign up right now. It's a free app, it's a rideshare app. But punch in the promo code REVO20. You're going to get $200 in free rides through July 4th. So use them through July 4th. $20 per ride, 10 rides. If the ride is less than $20, congratulations, the ride is free. REVO, Revo Rideshare. Download it now, where you can ride for less, drive for more, and be rewarded with every mile, G.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate your time, buddy, and thanks for changing your schedule for us. You have a great week, and we'll get together sooner than later, buddy.
Sounds good, pal. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Peace. Josh Cohn, everybody, host of Questionable Call. You can download it 3 times a week on YouTube. We'll be back, and when we come back, we'll have Jeff DeForest on here, who is with the Panthers the first year. And boy, what a difference, and he's going to have a nice perspective on the championship. We'll be back.
Have done it. They've achieved the repeat to become Stanley Cup champions for 2 years in a row. Cheers to the team, cheers to the coaches, cheers to the fans. From all of us at Real Radio, congratulations to our Florida Panthers, our 2025 Stanley Cup repeat champions.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival,
Presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas.
September 19th and 20th. Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there.
For a weekend full of superstar performances, never-before-seen collaborations, and once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Get your tickets today at AXS.com. And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
If you've been injured in a car accident, call Pound Law from your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center, have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Boca Raton accident and now off to the right shoulder, still slow, 95 south at Palmetto Park Road. Florida Turnpike looks good along the Palm Beaches. Make sure that you slow down for bicycles. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Shop Mattress Firm's July 4th sale and reclaim your restless nights. Choose from a curated premium selection of mattresses to find just the upgrade you're looking for. Get matched, sleep at night.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine.
If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Caroline Barrega had it all. A loving husband, thriving kids, and meaningful work. Then, her police officer husband's secret infidelity and abuse of his badge were exposed. In Season 4 of the Betrayal podcast, she confronts his deception and the police department that overlooked his misconduct.
The kids and I thought we were living this life of love and a family. Never did I think that anything like this was going on behind our backs.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Betrayal, and listen now.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Hi, this is Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather Florida Injury Lawyers. With more and more law firms advertising than ever before, I often get asked, what makes our law firm different? The answer is easy and simple. Our powerful team of experienced lawyers makes us different. Our lawyers have a proven record of obtaining huge results for our clients. Our lawyers go to our Palm Beach Gardens, Port St. Lucie, and Boca Raton office locations on a daily basis. No matter where your accident occurs in Palm Beach County or the Treasure Coast, our legal team is ready to begin helping and fighting for you. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a few more showers and a few isolated storms through the rest of your Wednesday. Afternoon high temperatures will get into the 90s and upper 80s, but expect overnight a very slow cool down thanks to those showers lingering and then rebuilding past midnight tonight.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Craftsman Days are live at Lowe's. Get a free select tool when you buy a V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tool shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
This week on Purpose with Jay Shetty, Jay sits down with Wicked star Cynthia Erivo for a powerful conversation on healing her burnout and creating art from a place of truth. Plus, Brett Young joins the Bobby cast, and he opens up about why he quit drinking and the heartbreak that led him to music. 2 raw, honest conversations now streaming on iHeartRadio.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
This is the Greek Zone.
Man, that's always a tough one for me to digest.
All right, G, real quick. I stopped playing that one because the last 2 times I think I played it, the Panthers lost the day I played it.
Oh, my God. You are so superstitious. This is crazy. You're worse than Jason. But again, I don't mind. If that's what you're into, it's cool. It is the Greek Zone, always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. Give his team a call at 561-689-8180. 561-689-8180. That is the team to call. If you get into an accident, auto or any accident you have, they'll help you get you the information you need and help you get on your road to recovery. Yankees and Angels tonight, and do the Yanks lose again? They lost 3 straight to the Red Sox and then 2 to the Angels. The Yankees lose again? I don't know. But when a team's not hitting and the Yankees are not, it's tough to bet them. And then if the Angels go up a couple runs, we'll see what happens. In the NBA, no game tonight. Tomorrow night, Game 6 in Indiana. Houghton looks like he's going to be limited or out. The line went up to 6.5. I think Oklahoma City wins tomorrow night. I'm not saying they're going to cover, but I do think they win. Better team, deeper, young, aggressive. I think it's amazing Indy won 2 games so far, but we'll see what happens. Alexander's a stud. Yes, I would bet his over at 34.5. And I like him in the first half, too. I think they do come out strong and do what they have to do and pick up a W and get the first championship ever for Oklahoma City Thunder as a franchise. He's going to be one of the faces of the league, Alexander. He is so good, and to watch him, and says the right things, too. We talked about Caitlin Clark. He seems to say the right things about teams, give them credit. Off the court is a family man with a child, doesn't seem to get any nonsense or problems like driving 130 miles an hour or doing stuff like that. So Alexander, to me, is somebody that I think is going to be one of the faces of the NBA going forward. It is the Greek Zone on a Wednesday. And right now we do have a chance to get Jeff DeForest on with us. Defo was around when the Panthers started. Going way back, and he was there for the very beginning. He's nice enough to call us because this is their second championship. Defo, how are you, buddy?
I am doing well. How you guys doing?
Good. Oh, Libby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were Def. I'm sorry.
You want to be Defo so bad.
What happened?
Get Defo.
What happened?
Get Defo. You can call Defo if you really want so bad.
No, I haven't heard from you in a while, so it's good. What is going on? I wanted to talk to Defo because I know you weren't around when they first started, but I know you're available. So what is going on with the Panthers? Were you excited about it? I know you're a big fan.
I was not around when they first started, but I was a fan when they went on their what was magical run. Now it seems like it's a distant past looking at what we were looking at today. I'm floored. I mean, when we've seen greatness in South Florida, but the last decade it's been a little few and far between. See what this franchise has done from where they were nearly 60 years ago to where they are now is really amazing.
Yeah, it really is. And a great job by the GM, who has done a great job. And then they made a couple signings right after the trade deadline that has worked out for them. And just a franchise that, like I've said, people don't realize how hard it is to get to a Stanley Cup 3 years in a row and to win 2 times in a row. So great accomplishment for them.
Yes, of course. It's just great to see them not go from where they were to be how great as they are. Bill Zito has done a fantastic job because even when they put the team together a few years ago and they were the President's Trophy winners in the regular season, to see them fall apart in the second round, it felt like, okay, this is sort of their cap, and he just junked it. And it's rare to see an executive for a winning team get rid of arguably their best player and somehow get better. And then to go from that, where they got to the Stanley Cup, they were banged up, they were bruised, and then every year he adds pieces, and you see those pieces on the ice make specific plays that help carry them to a cup. It's something we've rarely seen in sports, let alone South Florida.
Now, Lube, I know you're a big fan, and you've gone to the games. Were you able to get to any playoff games?
No, I've stayed away because it's been such a madhouse. I am sad I wasn't at the elbow room. Like it feels like the place to be as a tradition now when the Panthers win a Stanley Cup. My tradition is to sit on my couch alone.
Nice.
And stay away from everyone and live in fear until I am exuberant at the end of the games. And it's just been impressive to see this team be this dominant. Hockey is such a weird sport that's so luck. I mean, as a gambler, you know, luck is so involved in sports. But hockey,
of course,
you can play your butt off, and the other team, we saw it in the series, the other team get a lucky bounce and that win a game. That to see this team be this dominant from front to back, from Bobrovsky to their defense to the offense, to just be this strong where you put the best player in the sport and you keep him almost shut out for an entire series, it's whatever the sport. I mean, even in basketball, when you have a LeBron with Bucks and Wade, the Heat didn't look this dominant at times. Like, to see what the Panthers are is something to behold, and I really am excited to see how South Florida has sort of embraced them.
Yeah, they have. Well, they're winners, bro. You know that. I mean, when people win, a couple weeks ago, we had one of the big executives on for the NHL, and I said to him, you know, it's surprising warm climate. Same thing with Vegas, you know, do great hockey, because traditionally they always stayed away from that. They didn't want to do that. But you know what? If you put on a winning product, people are going to come, and it's been evident in both cities.
Well, I mean, they won in Tampa Bay as well. Like, it's funny that I know the Canadians are crying in their poutine, but to see the Lightning and to see the Panthers and to see Dallas and to see the Vegas Knights and the Carolina Hurricanes over the last 20 years all win cups and their fan bases really buy in, it's something that's important for the sport, because hockey has sort of fallen. In the 90s, it was a big deal, early 2000s, but the last 20 years, hockey and baseball have sort of gone into tertiary worlds. But to see these smaller, quote-unquote, South Sunbelt markets win, you would think that's only going to grow the sport.
Yeah, 100%. There's no doubt about it, and it gets bigger and bigger. And you've been down here for years following South Florida sports and big fan. I know you're a big fan of let me ask you about your Florida State football team this year. What is your early prediction? Don't tell me they're going 11-0.
No, but again, when you win 2 games, it's only up from there.
Yeah, that's right.
Sort of my opinion. Look, they changed the whole, if not the entire staff, they changed like 80% of the staff. And they got a lot of names that are well known in the football world. And they paid a lot of money to get rid of the old coaches. And Norvell knows this is sort of it for him. I mean, like, he had 2 10-win seasons. He should have been a playoff team, and they got jobbed. But the way they fell apart last year is the kind of thing that gets most coaches fired. Now, he had like a record-breaking buyout, so it kept him his job, but it's not going to keep him his job for more than 2 years. I mean, to me, it's 8 wins or bust. And looking at their schedule, it's not easy, but I think it's a little bit better than last year's.